Pop, 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 pop. 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 Pop, 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 pop.
Includes that ring. You can literally get an entire inventory of ancestral Signet of Pelgane rings from one Infernal Hordes run, which is in
What is this?
the Fearless Conviction node. Then you go over.
I'll look at that in a second. In a second. In a second. Fearless Conviction node. I already have that. Okay.
To the Lair Boss node from his loot pool.
Out of the cold. I already have that. So you go open a nightmare dungeon, open a lair boss, and then go into an infernal horde. Interesting.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
All right. So Rayer's there. Am I done with him? Let's actually do something real quick. Legion event in 6 minutes.
Destiny 3 without stopping support for Destiny 2.
Don't think Super likes me.
All right. Well, let's see. So that dude's leveled up. Are you leveled up? Your rapport is good.
I will not let you down.
Your rapport is good. So I just need to get this boy's rapport up.
If you're sure, let's go.
Wait, his rapport is good too. Okay. We'll keep this guy. And then we'll endless reinforcement. Perfect. Okay. All right. That's going to be annoying if that's true. I was reading the Obal vendor. Where's that guy at? The Obal vendor. Well, I don't have Obals, but the Obal vendor in Temis, is that what the place is called? Apparently that vendor will not give uniques, which looking back makes sense. We'll just do this one. Not got a quick run. Come on, Tor 11, Tor 12. Okay.
This is
Right.
the code
Listening
that
to
I
more
use
Destiny 2.
coming from MTash.
Listening to more
And
Destiny 2.
This is what I'm talking about, which is
drama.
the idea that maybe Bungie is stopping production of Destiny 2 to begin a Destiny 3. But as far as we know, it's just an incubation idea. It's just a doodle on a whiteboard somewhere. But let's see what he has to say, because he actually was invited to some of the community summits, and he's obviously been an OG since the beginning, so he has some insight into the situation.
Hey everyone, MTash here, and I want to talk about the Destiny 2 stuff because I think that there's potentially some silver lining here and some good news coming out of this. Because I want to talk about my experience at one of the Bungie summits where we discussed Destiny 2, the current state of the game, but also the future of the franchise. And when discussing how Destiny 2 was doing, some of the future stuff that was coming out, we obviously asked about Destiny 3. Is that a thing? Will that happen? What are the plans? And they told us straight up. I don't know if any other creators have talked about this either in the past or I think Datto has talked about it, but they said, if you want Destiny 3, we have to fully stop supporting and producing Destiny 2. We cannot do both. If you want Destiny 3, if Destiny 3 is ever going to be created, number 2 has to die, or has to be not supported. And even though they can move some people here and there, we saw that the Crucible wasn't updated for 1,000 days, right? It was like 3.5 years or whatever the hell it ended up being. It was a crazy amount of time because obviously they were off building Marathon. Sandbox teams, all the PvP people, map designers, all those people were moving over to Marathon years ago. Now, that's the problem here, is we don't really know where things are at. We don't really have our finger on the pulse, so to say, because Marathon just came out, and they are trying to keep updating it and do seasonal stuff. And so it's hard to really know, like, okay, well, has the quality dropped? Have the updates slowed? Is there potentially people moving on to the new project? It's really tough to say. But
He's right, and this obviously they would need to end production on a Destiny 2 to launch a Destiny 3. The only issue is that you would hope that that would be in the works for a period of time leading up to that, even with a smaller crew of people beginning to develop the framework and essentially the launch pad for a Destiny 3, because it doesn't serve your franchise very well to have the game end and kind of end on a sour note, where we're literally in the middle of the Fate Saga, by the way, and then with the premise of a Destiny 3 one day being made, it's pretty unlikely, right? Like, that doesn't seem... Usually you would want to, like, end with the final shape and then launch a Destiny 3, or maybe even end the Fate Saga properly and announce a Destiny 3 with, you know, maybe a few years of maintenance mode. But it's really not shaping up to be that way. When we actually have the inside information from Bungie devs leaking to Paul and leaking to Jason Schreier that kind of confirms our worst fears, right? And that's the part that hurts the most. But it's still interesting to see what MTash has in terms of his experience talking to Bungie devs at the summits.
if this is the final update for Destiny 2, they are finally putting the nail in the coffin and saying, we are
Was this
done
Nightmare Dungeon?
with
Yeah.
this game. It doesn't necessarily mean that the end of Destiny is here.
Oh,
It
let me
just
do
means
that. Tree of
this
Whisper real
game
quick.
not being supported opens up doors for them to incubate new projects. Who is to say that it isn't just Destiny 3 or Destiny? Straight up just Destiny. We want this world to live on forever. We don't want people to be confused between 1, 2, and 3. It's just, this is the new game. That is definitely something they could be working on and working towards. But the question is, if you're also supporting Marathon or potentially incubating other projects, do you have it in your staff numbers? Do you have it in your
The problem, Marathon is like the nail in the coffin for a Destiny 3 right now. If there was no project Marathon, then we would be, we would have all the free time in the world, or at least we would have no other direction to possibly point us away from a Destiny 3, or even just a Destiny spin-off. But unfortunately, because Marathon exists, it's taken all of the attention away, it's sucking all the air out of the room. And the game is on life support and needs all of Bungie's effort to try to create a semblance of success. It likely will fail as well, and then Bungie will end up in the same predicament where they just have nothing, and the only possible prospect of success...
That's the worst outcome, by the way.
I do think that's the best case.
Like, I think everybody should be hoping Marathon turns around. The worst outcome is literally Marathon dies, because then Bungie dies and there's not going to be a Destiny 3. At least not from Bungie.
I didn't ask for in a game that I don't think is very good. So, it's just not going to happen. And I don't think you should either. I don't think you should think that you need to suddenly go buy a Marathon a bunch of times and play it to fund a Destiny 3, because ironically, you probably aren't funding Destiny 3. You're probably funding Marathon 2. You know, like... unfortunately, that's the way it is. The best thing you could do is probably play Destiny 2 and hope that the June launch is like an absurd amount of people. Could you imagine if the June launch was Final Shape level numbers? Like, that would show that there is such an audience out there dying for this game and really wants the game to do well. I think that might be send the most powerful message, right? Like, if the June launch was really successful in population, which it probably won't be because a lot of people are just, they're not interested.
Why would anybody come back? Like, nobody's going to play it if it's the end of the game.
Successful, like, everyone that ever played Destiny got online and it fucking eclipsed the Final Shape. Dude, that sends a message to Sony, like, there's a hungry audience willing to pay money and play this IP. Give up on Marathon, please, and give them something to play that they want to play, right? I think that's a better outcome.
Just
I think that's
huff the copium. Huff it.
Let's get everyone online for the June.
Huff the copium. Where do I go here?
I know that there's been some drama about the
Where do I go here?
the numbers from Sony
Oh.
and them writing off like $750 million saying Bungie's underproducing. But I think that this is a strong IP. I think that there's a ton of people that would play Destiny 3 or the new Destiny game that don't want to play number 1 and 2. I have friends that said, I'm never going to play Destiny 2. But if they made a new one, I'd probably jump in and give it a try. And so I think that that is a pretty popular sentiment overall. I think that even for someone like myself that
grab
loved
that.
the game, lived the game, played
Wait, what
the
is
game
this?
forever, I don't
even know what that
want to
is.
jump into this world that much. I'm going to play the final DLC for sure. Now that I know it's the final DLC, I want my last chance to play the game and feel a new experience in Destiny. And then I will, you know, cry. I'll cry because, come on, man, I'm a big baby and this is a big part of my life. And the thought of a world without Destiny and updating Destiny is really kind of sad. Because I think that it was magical, and unfortunately, I do think that sometimes when the most eyes were on them, they didn't really deliver. And that's the biggest problem. And I want to talk about this because I think that this has been kind of a constant problem with the game. So if we just look at the Steam charts here, I want to talk about a few core things. Number one, the game released on console before PC. So before any of these numbers could even show up, right, we can't see what the actual launch of the game was. But I know...
It does have it from Popularity Report. You can see how many players logged in. They have that information now. It's not specific to just console, but it combines console and PC with Popularity Report.
Back in the day when I was covering this game,
Back in my day,
was blowing up. True Vanguard, Cactus, Dado, everyone. Fallout's popping off. There were so many people that were popping off at the very, very start of the game. I guarantee the numbers are bigger than even this. But there was a lot of complaints about Destiny 2.
I need gold, so I have to sell this shit.
Being great. People were frothing at the mouth about the weapon changes and the double primary system. People were very angry. And then they go into probably one of the worst DLCs ever, all the Curse of Osiris stuff. They got dunked on. What is it, 2 tokens and a blue? Right? They're showing it off at the Bungie, you know, the big live stream, and they're like, this is the most rewarding stuff you've ever seen, and it's 2 tokens and a blue. It was a terrible reward, and everyone's like, here we go, nothing's changed. And it was a terrible time.
Yeah, I'm definitely not pit 125. We'll just do some pit 110s.
Playing other games, just quit. Like, it was a terrible time, and their numbers were terrible. And, you know, that momentum right there probably killed their audience by, I'm gonna guess a crazy number. I bet you 70%. I would love if someone from Bungie knows that number. I would love to know that.
I remember that because I actually played the first, like, during Curse of Osiris, and I tried to like it, and I did like it, but it was just bare bones.
They did have some good.
Like I said, he's been locked in on other news and stuff, so maybe he doesn't hear about the Popularity Report. But what he's referencing is when you go to the Popularity Report, like this is the launch, right? 3.7 million Red War in the beginning of Destiny 2. And yeah, it fell off so fast, right? So it went from 3.7 million down to, you know, 300 and something thousand, right? First Osiris. That's a massive drop. I don't know what percentage that is, but it's great.
DLCs, they made their way through. They had some big moments. And then when they start getting into Lightfall, here once again, when they start getting into Lightfall, I think there's a bit of a blunder. Okay, this is going into one of the most, you know, anticipated DLCs. Into the Lightfall DLC, everyone's like, oh my goodness.
That's the Nimbus right there, front and center. Oh my god.
Story is going to start concluding. This is the big hurrah, and it was known as one of the worst performing overall, not numbers-wise, the player count, but I guess the review scores and the overall sentiment was this campaign was stupid. The story was a MacGuffin, right? Some of the characters,
MacGuffin.
everyone hated this.
I haven't heard that term in a while.
Character's name was. He just like, hey man, no one liked that character. And this isn't Stasis. This is Strand. Strand was like fine, but overall the campaign and using Strand, it just didn't get people's mojo going. It wasn't getting the blood flowing the way other things did. And so at another big moment where people are excited, I think that there was a ton of frustration. And I'll tell you what, there was a bunch of streamers that were sponsored to play this. I can't remember if it was this DLC or it was the one before, but I know that Summit 1G was playing a lot because I played with him and we did a bunch of PvP and all this stuff, and he essentially rage put up a game and was like, this sucks, man, like it's just not good, don't like it, and had a lot of eyes on it. And I think at this moment in time too, Shroud jumped in, played a bit, and then he was like, I don't know about this, it's not great, and did come back later on. But a couple of these DLCs, one of them was what is it, Root of All Evil, or Root of whatever it was. I remember that raid, and there was drama about that raid not being that great or up to where it deserves to be.
Morally destroyed. I don't know what that is.
When we're going into the conclusion and people are starting to tilt about the game and be like, what are you doing here? You're gonna throw right at the end. And luckily, I think with the final shape, I loved the final shape. I played the whole campaign. I really enjoyed it. I liked the raid. We got some big numbers again, but then it's the end. You can't expect anything here. I didn't jump in and play any of this. Even though there's a bunch of DLCs, you can see a massive fall off because it's like, well, the story's over. That was the light and dark. I kind of got satisfied by it. I don't want to keep going here. It makes sense. This is the end. They did a couple more stories to see what would happen. It makes sense that this is now kind of the life cycle of Destiny being over, and it's an opportunity for them to rise like a phoenix, and this time launch in a
Fucking
much
copium, dude.
stronger state. Take
The
all the knowledge
absolute
from
copium of
the
this
second game,
community,
take all the
dude.
feedback that they've
Like,
had.
They
Bungie's,
all the knowledge
it's
from
gone,
the
dude.
second game and launched that into their new game Marathon, but instead you get that dumpster fire. So the problem is you just don't have a vote of confidence for them.
Absolute
because they just
copium
launched
from the
game,
Destiny community right now.
and it went disastrous, right? So the problem
Like,
is
I hate to say it, dude. Like, they're
basically, you're going up to your boss and you're saying, look, listen, boss, I know. 500 million this time, 200 million last time. It's bad, but surely I won't lose you a couple hundred more million. Like, come on, think about it. Like, you know, surely I won't lose you more than $1 billion, boss. And they're just looking at you thinking, I was supposed to make money off of you. I spent so much money to make money off of you. I spent 3.6 billion because I thought by this point in time you would have made me 5 billion. Right? Like, that's the point.
yeah.
And you're sitting here telling me you want to
Do a couple of these. I want to try to get
like, dude,
a better
I wish, dude,
Red Blessing.
for the love of
This is
Destiny,
pretty good, but I want a better one.
but when I look at the numbers and when you look at the reality of the situation, you can't help but be wildly skeptical, right?
Gotten from all these different
I'll do one more
community
after
members.
this.
Destiny has some of the most die-hard community members. I understand sometimes, maybe a little bit crazy, okay, maybe a little crazy, but it's because of the love of the game. It's because of addiction to the game, because it is very fun, it's very good, and
Reminds me of like
nobody does
Tarkov's community. Same thing.
space. There's never
Bunch
been
of
a
crazy
game
ass people,
that
dude.
comes close to the depth and the range that this
Yep.
game
It's just like Tarkov, the community, when they make blunders. When BSG makes blunders.
I'm right. I hope that I'm right in the fact that
The thing is, BSG didn't
Destiny 2,
cut themselves in half to work on Arena.
it has to die for Destiny 3 or Destiny to keep going.
Is he? I just got bamboozled. Is he in front of a green screen, but he has the picture of a real room behind him? This is crazy. There's a psyop happening here. Where is this man actually?
It's the only way. Unless they hire twice the studio or whatever it is, it has to stop. And so I guess we'll
Anything
see what
good?
happens, but I wouldn't expect anything for multiple years at this point. I'm guessing probably 3 years.
Minimum.
even 4
Minimum.
years, because it takes a long time to build all of these things. All the armor systems, all the weapon
Absolutely.
systems.
No,
And
still
if
using
they're
here.
using the same engine, if they're using all that stuff,
What is this one?
maybe they can do it faster. But then it comes to the question: Are
I
they
wanna keep
using
that one, actually,
outdated
just in
technology?
case.
Because one of the other things that was kind of through the grapevine that I heard from some devs was just loading these maps and editing and trying to fix things. It takes like a day.
Let's try this
to
Infernal
compile
Horde shit.
everything, to
Okay.
load everything. I'm not a dev.
So I need to do a Nightmare Dungeon. And then I go to the Beast, I think is what I said. So I start Nightmare Dungeon, and then I go to the Beast. Le Beast. Okay, teleport. Sanctuary. So I'm going to the Beast of Eyes, so that should be up here somewhere. Lord Zir. Beast of Eyes. And then I started a different award key.
I don't know everything, but that is one of the things that I heard was.
I just want to see if this exploit is a real thing or if this is just placebo, boys.
Just trying to load this game, get it up and running in the software, and make these changes, and it was a nightmare. And so maybe they update to a new software. Maybe some.
Oh, sorry, not exploit. I didn't say that.
All the ins and outs of what they could do or what.
Clever use of game mechanics.
The problem is the idea of optimizing your engine and stuff. These are costly things, and I think you can pull this off if you have a winning horse in the race. Like you got Destiny 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna go play Marathon later to just to like spite these fucking people.
Past, or at least try it, I think.
Nah, I feel bad for the community. I do like Marathon though. I think it's a good game, but I also like Tarkov.
When we had the overhead and the money to do so, but in the ruin of everything, when you have nothing, when you've got $0, it would seem, you know, you got no budget, you got no green light,
No budget.
incubation projects.
How?
It's gonna be really difficult. It's a tough.
I think I'm doing less damage. What's going on here?
Left is your last project, and this thing is already like. Marathon has
Wait, can I
worse
do
player count than Destiny 2. and
Profane
it
Mind
was
Cage? It
still
doesn't.
Destiny 2. Think about that. So if that doesn't tell you how bad Marathon's positioning is, I don't know what else will. That
I
thing
think-
is probably getting its maintenance mode at
I
this
don't
rate
know.
before the year is up. If
I
they
really
do
want to
it
know the
next
like
year,
more of the exec
there's
story, the back end on
no
this.
shot that Marathon continues its seasonal model into 2028 at this rate, right? Like there's just no, like it probably doesn't even make it to 2027 at this rate of decay.
All right.
So
Soccer
you got
Devil.
nothing. You got nothing to work with.
I
It
guess I
sucks
do.
'cause we've basically burned all the bridges.
Let's do the ambush.
Burned our reputation, burned all the money, burned all the funding from Sony. We just burned everything. You know, that's why, like, if you look at my thumbnails, go scroll through the thumbnails on my YouTube channel, right? They're brutal. I get it. You're probably like, God damn, this guy is not fucking around. We have, like, it's a lot of fire, dude. There's a lot of fire in the thumbnails because everything is burning, guys. Like, the point was not to be doomer and for no reason. The point was to accurately represent just how bad the situation is. Literally, everything was on fire and has been on fire for more than a year. And now we're left with just ashes. And we're trying to figure out where can we go from here? And the most realistic response, the most based response, the most accurate response is nowhere. That's the most accurate response. Unfortunately, there's nowhere to go from here. It's every avenue was taken, every road was turned, every, you know, opportunity was used, and everything was done. And that's why Bungie just literally dropped
should
a
be it.
big update. Look at what they've sent us. They dropped a big update of everything they had in the works, everything that was meant to come out over the next year or so, SRL included, which is crazy, right? And they just said, that's it. That's our, and peace, we're out. And they just wanted to drop that because they knew that they couldn't take it any further with Destiny 2, and it is very unlikely that a Destiny 3 happens. I hope it does. I hope that Sony sees the value in it and either does it with Bungie, which probably wouldn't work out, but maybe does it with a new studio or something. But it's very unlikely.
Chaos Waves.
Because Destiny is an IP that costs a lot to make, and it doesn't have the best ROI. It's like this beautiful IP, incredible skyboxes, awesome visceral.
Must got
gameplay.
hotfix.
It's just like irreplaceable, right? And the reason why it's irreplaceable is because it's so hard to make it, and it costs a lot. And then unfortunately, the larger audience in gaming doesn't like this style of gaming. They like the CS:GOs more. They like the Grand Theft Autos more.
No,
They
it's
like the
different
single player
audiences, man.
They
There's an audience. It's
beat those
just
games up, and those games get hundreds and hundreds
gaming
of
is a
millions of dollars,
multi-billion-dollar
right?
thing. There's different audiences.
Revenue stream coming in every month. They're basically just
I think-
infinite money glitch.
I think one of the problems in general is that there's just way too many. Like we're getting an oversaturation of live service games. There's way too many of them. That's also why single player games are becoming more popular. Because well, not more popular, but like there's more headlines on single player games doing record breaking bullshit. Because a lot of normal people are just tired of live service crap.
For those games.
It seems
And
to have
this
worked.
style of game, the looter shooter game, is, especially in Destiny, is something unique and incredible. and others tried to enter the space and they failed. Look at Anthem, look at how many other games jumped in here and died. And it's just, it doesn't have that big worldwide appeal, unfortunately. It just doesn't reach that upper echelon where it can be wildly profitable. Like
I disagree completely, dude. Like, I think there's a huge audience for looter shooters.
They did the seasonal.
I think the problem, I think one of the problems with Destiny is like their own hubris and getting rid of content. Like, I played Destiny at launch. I played during Curse of Osiris, and then I quit playing because it just didn't have content. Because everything I read from the existing Destiny community was that this game is a fraction of Destiny 1, and you should just play Destiny 1 at the time. And then they've slowly made it to where it was as good as Destiny 1. But then if you're a new player coming in now, you're missing out on like the first 3 campaigns. They're just gone. So like, that would be like me going to play World of Warcraft starting from like right now and not ever experiencing like Frozen Throne or anything like that. It would suck. You wouldn't understand, like, you wouldn't miss it, but you're robbing the player of the experience.
Dungeons a year, they regressed that backwards. They regressed to episodes. They regressed to, you know, whatever the hell Edge of Fate was in Renegades, right? And that's where it ends. It ends with the Star Wars DLC? God damn it. Of course. Star Wars was the death of Destiny. That's how it ends, dude. On Renegades? Damn it.
Maybe it'll be a little bit faster than you'd expect because they have the experience and they've done this for so many years, over a decade of supporting Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 stuff. Maybe it's 2.5, maybe it's 3 years, but there's also the risk that it's like 5 years. There's also the risk that this is just the end.
Yep.
Maybe we were all way too crazy. I know for a fact at one of the Bungie summits, it was the last one I ever got invited to, I was telling them, your armor is boring. You have a game with guns and armor. All the armor is boring. I don't want any of the armor. None of the armor does anything good, like the legendary armor. And they never invited me back. And I got a talking to from whoever the contact was, being like, yeah, like, you were too heated. And I understand.
Imagine.
The devs don't want to deal with the Destiny community.
Imagine not wanting to discuss with the like most loyal fan base the game. That's a sign of just like, that's a sign of hubris. That's exactly what I was saying. Like pure hubris. Like you think you're better. This is the downfall of Blizzard. What's up? Hey. What's up? No, I'm letting it dry. I was gonna use it for right now, but I'm probably gonna buy a new one because that thing has a hole in it. I don't think it's dry. It was wet just a minute ago, but I was just letting it air out. I don't know where I was at. I need to make Aether Lords. That's what I need to get.
Just go look at DMG's Twitter.
But yeah, I was talking about hubris and how hubris is what's killing a lot of these game industries. Like Blizzard's a perfect example of this. The hubris that they know better than everybody else, and they won't listen to people.
Like, just look at some of the responses. I can also understand if Bungie's like, let's move on.
Problem is, they can say let's move on, but they need to make money and have a job. So there is an
There we
interesting
go.
element of them wanting to move on, but it's not like you can just be like, well, let's just go make Marathon now, because all the same problems happen over there, and you do need to make money. Like everyone, these people have families, you know, like they're not trying to just quit and be unemployed. So it does suck that there probably is a sentiment of being salty at the Destiny community. But at the end of the day, when you're making that fancy $100,000 salary, you know what I'm saying? That's the average salary. Yeah, no, I mean, I'll take some trolls on Twitter if I'm making six figures at the end. I was like, me. Most people would agree as well too, right?
I just think it would be sad. I don't have anything else to say. I loved Destiny for years and years and years. But there's also been a lot of time where I didn't love Destiny. And I thought that they could do better, and they needed to innovate. I guess we'll see what happens. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later, my friend.
There it is. That was MTash weighing in. And MTash obviously has a ton of experience. This guy's an OG. I appreciate him weighing in, especially he hasn't been talking about Destiny 2 too much lately. So it's nice to hear from him and his experience being at the summit. And you know,
That's what I want. Aether Lords. There we go.
Get reinvited back, which is
Now that should fix this issue I'm running into.
But, you know, sometimes you
See if
go
this
and
is
you're
actually
really
still
happy
bugged.
perhaps,
Curious.
When I went to the community summit, the one that I went to, I think I went to more than one, but I remember distinctly going to one after Destiny 2's launch before Forsaken, and we were just, I was kind of like, guys, like, what are we doing? I was like, everyone in the room, I remember we like unanimously said, MTash was there so he could corroborate if he remembers this, but I swear there was a moment where they asked about like random roles, and I swear like everyone in the room like said like they almost like said yes, like y'all unanimously.
Oh
like,
shit,
yes,
it is
random
bugged
roles.
still. Wow.
Cannot be static rolls. What the hell are we thinking?
This is-
Better Devils, remember that?
I mean,
that was so bad.
welcome Blizzard.
And they got our feedback from that, and they launched Forsaken, and it worked out really well for a time, right? And he was saying that, you know, what they needed to do was deliver. And I think that Destiny's problem in some ways, it's a fascinating dilemma, is that
What a dumb
the
bug, dude.
game is so big, a game with PvE,
Oh, Lord.
modes, PvP, and end game.
Do I need any of this stuff? I don't think I do. Let's
Why?
just open it
Like
all
the
up.
scope and the size and everything that it touches. There's lore in the game. There's social spaces. There's cosmetics. There's
Yeah.
emotes, there's, you know, countless different, you know, things in this game. Countless different moving parts.
That's too
in the
chaotic.
game. And it creates this game that's just an incredible game to play, but it's only sustainable if there's a massive audience. And I
Oh
think the
my
part that
God.
sucks about that is that when there isn't a massive audience, when people leave or when things aren't working out, or maybe
What a
the
dumb
cost
bug,
is
dude.
too steep, then you have
Wow.
to and then the game has to have layoffs or die, which is why it would have been really smart
This
to
is
have the game
unreal.
be a spin-off game that was more optimized, that was more watered
Oof.
down in some way. Maybe it's
I was right in the middle of all of those.
It's only PvE. Maybe it's a spin-off game that's only PvP. It just doesn't have as many moving parts, right? The best case scenario would be if Marathon, like we mentioned before, if
That's kind of
Marathon
cool, I
was
guess.
a Destiny spin-off game. That would be the best, because then it would be obviously significantly reduced, but still Destiny in nature, so you'd at least get.
Well, I don't need any of this shit, so.
And in that way, if a Destiny ever died, you still have something nice to play. You know, where we're at right now, we just feel.
Would that
so
make the
empty
dog work
because
too? The
it
amalgam
feels
of
like we just
rage?
lost everything in an instant, and it sucks, man. It sucks. But it's nice to hear from MTash, and let me know what you think about it down in the comments below. It's a crazy situation. This is horrible. We just lost Destiny 2 yesterday, and now Destiny Rising is on death's door. We were talking about
Where's
this before.
my-
The Destiny IP is struggling with popularity. It's not hanging in there. It's not doing as well. Apparently, we didn't do enough Gooner game jiggle physics, and we're not competing with the big dogs. Destiny Rising's monthly revenue reportedly crashes 97%. as
Oh my
downloads
God.
fall 96.5% from launch peak. Oh, good lord. Even Paul Tassi weighed in and he says, not now, Netties. Oh, man. No. I thought at the least if we lose Destiny 2, we'll just go play the mobile game when we need a little hit of dopamine. But that might not be the case. Destiny Rising revenue and downloads have dropped sharply from their September 2025 peak, according to Sensor Tower data.
I didn't even know there was a
The whole
Destiny Rising.
IP faces an uncertain future. That's what I'm saying, dude. When you go look at Destiny Rising on Twitch, I'll pull it up right now. Not saying that this is the biggest indicator of a game being successful or not, but when there's literally 30 viewers, like 30 double digits, that is horrific. Any game that's doing well has thousands and thousands of viewers, because viewers are people that are playing the game, having so much fun that they want to go deeper in the game. They want to get involved in the community of the game. They want
let's
to be
go
a part
to,
of the culture of the game.
What was
right?
that?
They
World
go
Boss,
and
38
make
minutes.
a successful game.
Legion
has
event? Let's do this
crazy
Legion event.
viewership on Twitch across the board. Always, every time, always happens. There's no exceptions to this for basically
I want to try and knock
every
out the
game.
Legion
So
event.
Destiny Rising, obviously, it got 3 streamers on, and there was times when it had 0, and we joked and we went and streamed it for a bit just so that we'd at least have 1 channel. Well, it's going bad for them. Destiny Rising, the Destiny spin-off from NetEase and Bungie, has been getting a steady stream of updates over the past few months. The latest patches added events like the Exotic Star event, a path to unlock
awesome.
Bad Juju, leaderboard titles,
Okay,
and
whatever.
more balanced fixes. Season 4 also brought wider changes.
Is this
including
one still the
adjustments
best,
to character
Kovacsov?
access and reward systems. The part that's especially annoying about this for me is that we were just talking about how maybe NetEase might buy the IP and make a Destiny 3, but you know that they bought this, and this burned them money, so they're not
No,
interested.
the best one
I don't
was the one
understand
over
why
here,
the
wasn't it?
Destiny IP is so,
Yeah.
it's like poisonous.
That was the goat
What
one.
is happening here? How is it that everything the Destiny IP touches dies? Like it's literally the touch of death. What happened? So the game is not sitting still. NetEase is clearly still trying to improve the experience and keep active players engaged, but on the revenue and download side, things are not looking good at all. This is the last Destiny game there is. So, ironically, this is our last hope right here.
Is there a vendor
We
here?
gotta hold in Destiny.
Yeah,
Hold
it's
on,
this
Destiny
one.
Rising. We need you. Destiny Rising revenue and downloads have fallen hard since September. According to Sensor Tower data, Destiny Rising hit its best month in September 2025. The game made 11.1 million globally that month. After that, the fall was sharp. Here's the global.
Alright, let's knock out
revenue
another
data
pit. We'll
from the
push it up a
report.
little
I think
bit
they
more.
paid like 100 million, right? So I think the idea is obviously you want to return on investment. I believe they paid 100 million to Bungie for the rights to use this. August 2025, they made 2 million. September 2025, 11 million. October 2025, 3 million. November, 1.7 million. December, 1.3 million. January, 600,000. Not even a million in January. February, 300,000. March, 300,000. April, 300,000. Oh, it has never been more over, dude. It has never been more over. Dude, Destiny is going to be a game and a franchise that where only certain people will know and remember. It's crazy that it doesn't get to live on, you know, it doesn't get to live in the stars, live in the fucking, on the Mount Rushmore of games, you know, instead, it's gonna be Fortnite, you know what I'm saying? When my son is older and he wants to play some serious shooter games, I'm gonna have to show him CSGO. I won't be able to show him Destiny, because all the Destiny games will be dead and gone. Sad day. That means global revenue for Destiny Rising dropped from 11.1 million in September 2025 to 300,000 in April 2026. That fall is roughly 97% from the game's September peak. Not good, my dudes, not good. The downloads data tells a similar story. Destiny Rising had its biggest install month in September 2025, 1.8 million global downloads. After that, the numbers kept sliding. Here's the global downloads data. August 2025, 700,000. Downloads. September, 1.8 million. October, 700,000.
That's
November,
close.
300,000. Oh my god, look, it's down to the 63,000. I don't know, it's hard to say what their budgeting is, like what their dev team size is, and if how profitable it may be or not. I don't know, it just doesn't look good though, right? Like it looks like things are dwindling and spiraling out of control in the same sort of death spiral we've seen for other games. So as much as I hate to be so doomer about everything, it feels like Destiny, but unfortunately there's just nothing positive to say about this, right? We could sit here and say, well, we don't know their budget, but that's literally what people were saying about Destiny for the last like year or so. Well, hey, you don't know what their budget is, right? But we knew it wasn't going well, and unfortunately, it ain't going well for this game either. In September to April, global downloads dropped from 1.81 million to 63,000, a fall off of around 96.5%. The simple read here is that Destiny Rising did not have a strong early launch moment, and it has not kept the same level of interest, which could be because of the overall fatigue with the franchise itself. It's true, there's probably a lot of fatigue with Destiny, which sucks, man. Earlier this year, NetEase announced that it's moving away from the gacha mechanic for the game and moving towards a character fragment model. Under the system, players can collect fragments over time and use them to directly unlock certain characters, gives players a clear path for the characters they want, instead of leaving everything fully up to luck. There you go. That was a good improvement, and
Well, it's
sucks
a
that they
direct
make
result of
improvements that are
EU laws,
consumer-friendly,
probably.
and the outcome isn't more consumers buying and playing the game. You would hope that you would see a direct correlation between noticeable improvements, right, and then player population and sentiment increasing. Fortunately, the Destiny IP is like, it's like fucking cursed. Something happened. Someone cursed it. Fucking Sabbath Moon? What the fuck happened? Something's going on. This also comes at a rough time for the Destiny IP as well. Earlier this week, Bungie announced that Destiny 2 will receive its final live service content update on June 9, 2026, with the game staying playable after that. That leaves the future of Destiny in a very uncertain place. And all I'm saying is we got to figure out a way where we can somehow keep the memory of Destiny alive. I was thinking about this, and maybe we maybe on Bungie Day or like 7/7 every year we like come together and we play Destiny as a group, you know, like until the servers are offline, I guess. And then once the server's offline, I don't know, we'll just come together and we'll just like stream it or something. Like there's got to be a way where we can somehow keep the spirit of Destiny alive, even with the game dying, you know, like I just really like the community and I like the sentiment towards it. Even if we all go play other games, like it would be cool if there was like some semblance. I think it's crazy when you lose everything and it feels like there's just nothing left. Like there's nothing to hold on to, you know, there's nothing to say, well, at least there's this, right? It just feels like we've had everything in our hands and then we just dropped it all in an instant, right? That's the part that's the most
Where's that
difficult to
thing
cope
at?
with. Reports suggest the company is preparing for a significant round of layoffs after Destiny 2 development ends following the June 9 update. At the moment, there is reportedly no Destiny 3 in development and no other greenlit projects ready to absorb the Destiny 2 team. Dude, we're literally sitting here right now waiting for the worst news possible. We're waiting for the news of the amount of layoffs. We don't know what it's going to be. We don't know the number. We don't know the impact. We don't know if, I guess, the most insane idea is that Sony just decides to greenlight a Destiny 3 right now, which, let's just be realistic, like,
Hope you.
there's just no way that's happening, guys.
Do
There's
an
just no way that's happening.
escalation
It is
dungeon.
the most cope, bizarre take, and I get it. We need something to just, like, quench our sadness, and, like, the idea that Destiny 3 might be getting made makes the sad moment a little bit less sad because we have this, like, false idea in our head that maybe it'll all be okay when we play Destiny 3 a few years from now. But it's just, the reality is that it's not looking good.
What is this one?
So this really should make you appreciate
I don't really need
the
mats,
ones
so I'm good on that.
don't have
Let's just skip
permanence,
this
right?
dungeon.
Like people in your life and things in your life.
I do need gold,
don't take
so
it
we
for
go to the
granted,
gold one.
understand? Don't take it for granted, because they might just be gone one day, you know. And Destiny seems to be gone. And we will get the June.
I want to see if I can get a
update.
charm,
It's confirmed.
or not charm,
There's
a
no
shrine.
apocalyptic thing that could ever happen where that doesn't land right. So at least we get that. Play the June update. For the love of all that is good, play it. Trust. And I'm trying to advocate for as many people to play it for one clear reason, and this is the biggest cope of all time, and that cope is if the player numbers for the June update skyrocketed so high that it showed the amount of interest that people have in this game.
Aesthetically, this dungeon's pretty
Maybe
nice.
then someone out there, some studio, Sony, anyone, whoever wants to take on the project of Destiny 3, it could happen possibly. It would take an immense effort, but that's the best
That's
thing I
what I
can
want.
think of, dude. That's literally the best thing I can think of, and it is the biggest cope of all time. But all I'm saying is, look, hear me out. Hear me out. If we could rally the motherfucking troops, and we got numbers that eclipsed, I mean, it would be insane. It's not going to be the final shape, right? But if we rallied the troops, and we got numbers up to at least over 1 million, right? We would show that people got fatigued, they got tired, but they thought they could come back. You know, they thought they could come back. They thought they would get to come back. And now that this is their last chance to play, this is the last heartbeat of Destiny, and everyone, and I mean everyone, should log in on June and show the world that we love this franchise and that it could have a life as a Destiny 3. Because I will tell you right now, emphatically, that if June launches and it is worse than Renegades, Sony is going to see that and say, I told you so. I'll never give you any money for Destiny 3. No one wants to play this dog shit game you made. That's all they're going to say, and that's all they're going to think. So if you're salty, if you're bitter, if you're jaded, I get it, but separate the art from the artist, Bungie from the game, and understand that this is your last chance to show the world that Destiny is an IP worth living. It's an IP worth living. And if if you log in and you show up, that's our last hope, dudes. That's our last hope. And it is a massive cope. I get it. Even if it doesn't happen, at least we get to send a message of how much we love this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least that's our final love letter to Destiny. That, hey, we did love this thing. This thing did mean a lot to so many people. And it sucks that it's gone. But at least we got to send a powerful message on its last heartbeat. We love you, you know what I'm saying? That we really, really want this to be a thing in the future. But that's the best we could do right now. That's the best we could do. And I hear other people say in the cope of let's all go play Marathon. That's not gonna happen. People don't want it. People didn't ask for that game in the first place. Honestly, if Marathon dies faster, maybe that's better for Destiny, if I'm being honest. But Marathon aside and all of that, I don't care about that dog shit. What I care about is every Destiny player that ever loved it from D1 till now, get online on June and let's show the world what this thing can do, right? Let's impress everyone. Could you imagine? All I'm saying is I would literally be in tears. I would be crying, and I would be crying uncontrollably if it like went above the final shape. You know? That would be insane. Let me know what you think. This is horrible. We just lost Destiny 2 yesterday, and now Destiny Rising is...
I think still dropping balls. All right.
Shame that. Hello, shining beauty.
See what that is. Nope.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Well, hello. Too bad, friend. Anything could be looking here.
Alright, so I need to go to Teriel. Let's listen to some Aztec Cross.
Interesting. I had a feeling this was going to happen. Sony's PlayStation PC departure is the right move for them, not players. So, article here from Paul Tassi. Sony Interactive Entertainment CEO Herman Hulse has reportedly sent out a message to the PlayStation crew that a decision
I was reading that the other day.
has been made. First-party, single-player PlayStation games will no longer be heading to PC, whether that be on a weeks, months, or years-long delay. Now, this corroborates Bloomberg's previous reporting that Sony was about to do just that, and it sparked a debate among fans about whether it was the right or wrong move.
Give me that.
Split.
Give me that
It's
lip.
likely the right move for PlayStation,
All right, let's go.
but there's no real benefit to players who are simply losing purchase
these
options.
levels.
Now, Sony started this experiment in earnest in 2020 when it ported Horizon Zero Dawn to PC over 3 years after its initial release. That spread to other big titles over time, including God of War, Marvel's Spider-Man, The Last of Us Part 1 and 2, Uncharted Legacy of Thieves, Ghost of Tsushima.
Alright, so Amulet was at the very top.
God of War Ragnarok, and more. The games did decently enough,
Okay.
but were hardly monster releases on PC. The highest first-party exclusive
Oh, that
Ghost of
Legion
Tsushima
has
Director's
9
Cut
minutes.
hit 77,154 concurrent.
Wait, did I lose
on
my
Steam
portal?
At its peak. That
Bro.
and the aforementioned games were dunked on by a
Oh, I went to the wrong
first-party
place.
PS5 console
Bro, I lost my
exclusive
portal.
Stealth Blade,
I'm
which
pretty
had
sure I lost my portal. I did.
192,078 players. Good God, really? Didn't realize that high at its
So I
peak?
should just go to
Just
the
over a
Obal
year
thing
after its
manually.
PS5 release. Now the idea here is that
That is a
Sony has
damn
now
shame.
tapped into a large enough market
Eh.
to outweigh the
I
potential
ain't worried about it.
dilution
Oh,
of
let's
its
make
brand,
this my
and
home
that
again.
its argument for continuing to sell PlayStation
And then
hardware is weakening. It has become increasingly difficult to convince players to buy video game
Going to a
hardware
nightmare
over the
dungeon.
last year or two, especially amid dramatic price hikes driven by global economic conditions, tariffs, and component shortages, and costs mainly due to AI. A PS5
All right.
now costs a full Holy shit. Now, Sony wants to recenter itself as a hardware-first platform for its highest-profile games, and I believe they're looking at Xbox as a motto. They do not want to emulate spreading its releases across every platform, including now PlayStation itself, and previously doing day one PC releases for years already. This, at least in part, has likely contributed to dismal Xbox hardware sales. Xbox itself now may be considering pulling back its former exclusives per its new leadership, attempting to undo what it believes are mistakes the previous administration made. Damn, dude. We're going backwards, man. Here things were
All right, Lords,
really
Lords.
Now all the walls were coming down. We were able to play what we want to play right here on PC outside of Nintendo. I really think Xbox, and especially Sony, looks at Nintendo and they're like, you know what? We should have just kept doing that. We should have just kept. I mean, look at Nintendo, dude. They got Mario. They got Zelda. They got a number of other games that you can't play anywhere else. You can emulate it, but they're able to.
I don't understand. I don't understand why Sony is judging this data and the exclusivity change that they did on PC without doing a day and date launch for a PC title and a PS5 title single player game. So they're doing it all like retroactively because all of those releases, Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War, Returnal, Days Gone, Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, all of the Sony first-party releases, they were all done like years after the game had been released. So I don't understand why. What's this? I don't understand why they're making this decision based off of just really bad data. Like, release the Wolverine game on PC and on PS5 and see which ones sell. Like, see how they sell, and then you can make your decision. Like, that's a big game that's going to release on two things, but they opted not to do that. They didn't even release Saros on PC because they canceled it. Actually, I think Saros is on PC. No, it's not. It's not on PC. Yeah, Saros is not on PC. So they never released a game the same time they released a single player game the same time they released it on PC and PS5. And the ones that they did that were multiplayer, like Helldivers, crushed it on PC. Absolutely killed it. And it's now a bigger PC audience than console audience. So I don't understand, like, this decision making is retarded.
Keep everyone in their ecosystem. All the power is in that ass, to be honest. Gaming is a luxury hobby now.
I haven't heard anybody talking about that either, and it's just like kind of weird to me.
That is absolutely crazy. Now continuing here, Sony does not want PlayStation to become an I'll just wait for the PC release console. They want.
Yes, they don't. But the problem is, that's what I need right there. The problem is that they have yet to release something on the same time as PC and console.
To sell hardware. This is not good for the consumer, of course, forcing them to buy an expensive system if they already have a somewhat expensive PC if they want to play those games. And if this never happened in the first place, they would have never had access to a dozen of stellar games from the PS catalog. The argument that this is good for consumers is the idea of getting back to a healthy PlayStation versus Xbox versus Nintendo versus PC battle that pushes each other to be better. And incidentally, no one complains that Nintendo has and will do this forever. I mean, what can you do? They got the different IPs on absolute lock. The console war is the only way to bring back good games. I don't know, dude. Guys, I just feel like times have just changed. Can you imagine Expedition 33 dropping, but it only dropped on Xbox? Imagine if Helldivers was a PlayStation exclusive. Games only got better with exclusives. Yo, is that really hold on? Is this really the running theory right now? That games were at their best when they were exclusive? God, come on. I think we're kind of looking back with some rose-tinted glasses here. It's true it creates competition. First up, I think we've had fantastic games over the years. And I actually believe games have continued to get better and better. The AAA department has definitely gotten hands. Personally, this is my thought. I think PlayStation is looking at the power of Steam. And of course, I get to Steam console that's coming out. Once most players have gone to Steam, it's hard to get into. Like like when I went to Steam for the first time, I suddenly found myself gravitating towards Steam. And suddenly I was like buying my games on Steam instead of maybe Epic or even looking at them on consoles. And then the next thing I knew is I've got this ginormous fucking library of games, dude, that I've bought over the years, and I am probably never going to leave Steam. And now that Steam is essentially making their own version of the console, it depends on how that's executed. They'll be cutting into those margins big time. I don't even know where to begin with Xbox's problems. Xbox and their issues came years ago when they first pitched their Xbox after the 360, and they were like, it's only that to be online all the time. It was just really cool on their part. I was a diehard Xbox fan. Had no intentions of ever leaving Xbox. And after all that was happening with Xbox, I suddenly was like, well, damn, I think I might just get PlayStation 4. I think where Xbox's biggest problem is all the flagship games just didn't work. Halo being a big one of them. The thing is, though, I'm like at this point in my life that if a game dropped on Xbox and it was a really good game, if it doesn't drop on PC, I'm probably just gonna be like, Nintendo's a different story. I'm a diehard Zelda fan, so if Zelda drops, I'm going to break out the Nintendo and play the new Zelda. PlayStation also has that power in their exclusive department. So in order for me to get this way with Xbox again, they really have to really like OG level, like Halo levels. And then on top of that, I just don't know if that's going to be Xbox's model. I would say this: I'm okay with playing, like I'm okay with downloading, like potentially even a PlayStation app on my PC to play PlayStation games, or even the Xbox app to play Xbox games. I'm okay with that as long as I can play it on PC still. What is a big deal is if obviously you don't launch any of those games on PC anymore. It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck. Now the exception to all this is Sony's multiplayer games, as titles like those needing expansions on PC to build out their live service player bases, and that practice will continue. Sony's already seen that huge hits like Helldivers 2 and the recent Marathon have PC player bases that outweigh consoles, often by a significant margin. So it's not going to wipe that out in the name of pulling those consoles alone. It makes sense for Sony, but no, it's not great for PC players, obviously. And their time in the sun getting all these releases is about to come to an end. I had a feeling this was going to happen. I'd say a great game that recently came out of Ceros, but it's a PlayStation.
Yeah, Ceros got fucking murdered. It's doing terrible on PC. I would have bought that game 100% on PC. I mean, it's doing terrible on PS5.
I think they tried to
They fucking killed that game. They never gave it a chance.
and they're going to go back to old school. And I think Xbox is probably going to do the exact same thing. And
Like, that genuinely sucks, because Ceros, Returnal is an incredibly good game. Ceros probably is an incredibly good follow-up.
we booted it up to play Destiny more. It's not terrible, but if I had to choose, if I was like, all right, I had to choose between Xbox, Nintendo, PlayStation, or PC, I'm always going to choose PC. So yeah, we were living through some good times. Seems like everybody's pulling back on that strategy, going back to the exclusive days. Some of you believe that exclusives breed better games. We shall see. I'm not going to spend $600 for 1 to 2 games. That's just stupid. It would have to be a damn good game. It would have to be Bloodborne 2. It'd have to be the next Zelda game. It has to be damn good game. So maybe you guys are saying that good games.
This is so stupid. This is...
breed better games.
Yeah, Blizzard needs to patch this for sure.
Great games sell console hardware. Pretty easy to see. Sure. But
What the fuck is this?
we have at least almost a decade now of Xbox producing shit games, even before they started lowering their barriers. They didn't just suddenly start lowering their barriers and then the games became shit. The games were already entering the shite states for quite some time. They just lowered the barriers. They're like, damn, we need some people to buy this shit.
Look at this. Look at this. What is this?
The big thing is you gotta have
Exciting
flagship
gameplay.
titles. And Xbox just didn't have this anymore. You know what I mean?
Oh,
They
boy.
just didn't have it anymore. What is Sony's biggest?
What an absolute joke, Mo, bro.
What are
What an
Sony's
absolute
biggest
joke.
flagship titles? God of War, Spider-Man, Last of Us. Let's walk this through from a future perspective. How much more expansion can they get out of The Last of Us? I actually have not played the last of Us game. I played the first one. I absolutely love the first one, but I didn't play the second one. I don't really know where the narrative is going. So that's why I'm genuinely asking you, like, what is the direction of The Last of Us 1? Or is the story done? Not much left of The Last of Us. Okay. Yeah, I remember they were working on a live service. Okay, got it. They're talking about a
I don't even know what's going on. Like, my screen is just full of shit.
Spider-Man.
I have to get a new loot filter if I want to do this shit.
Spider-Man never not so good. Like I put Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man is Sony, but Mario is the Nintendo. It's kind of how I look at that. In terms of
I don't even know where this Aether Lord is. Oh, it's up here.
just all types of Mario stuff constantly. But dude, you gotta go. I mean, look at. I mean, what do you think, Sony? What do you think? Nintendo's
What
best
is
seller?
this?
I would say anything Mario related. I know. Dude,
I don't really want to do
y'all
that.
keep saying Pokemon is falling off, fellas. Power World body texture. I will probably never play another Pokemon game again. Why? Because now I done shot Pokemon up for you. I done put them to work. I've been breeding them like crazy. You know what? I've been doing all kinds of crazy shit with them Pokemon. Pokemon is Nintendo's highest earning series. Bullshit! Claude, who makes more money? Pokemon or Mario?
Pokemon.
Right. Pokemon by a wide margin. Lifetime revenue, Pokemon 150 billion versus Mario's 90 billion. Has Pokemon been falling off since the release of Power World? Has there been a decrease in revenue on the Pokemon side? Opposite, actually. Pokemon had a record year, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing this anymore.
Big numbers.
This is 100% an exploit.
I thought Mario was bigger than Pokemon was. God damn it. So shit. Pikachu. Look. I'm not that
I can't even see what I'm doing either.
I will admit, I'm a little biased here. I'm not that crazy about it. Hold this L. Pokemon is the largest IP in the world. Is Pokemon the largest IP in the world? Damn! Shit, Pokemon beats Hello Kitty? Pokemon beats Mickey Mouse? Pokemon beats Star Wars? Why are so many people into such a shit IP?
Oh, shit. Will it drop any goblins? Can I go to the goblin fucking thing?
I like Pokemon.
I think I might be able to, if that bug is what I think.
I mean, maybe we could try playing another Pokemon game. I don't feel like it's gonna hit like it did at one time. You know what I mean? Back to this though, guys. Yes, I've already been saying it. Sony is trying to pull back and go back toward their old exclusive ways. See how it all plays out, and it sucks for those of us that are here on PC. I think is, man, they got to get console prices under control. That's the big.
There's nothing they can do. That's up to memory and AI. You're pretty screwed.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Alright, I can do without that music. I can do without that music. Absolutely dumb. What is this? Oh boy. Don't care about any of that stuff. I'll take that. Those are kind of rare. All right. Yep, so oh man. All right, let's see if I have enough money to fuck with this Terios. Terios might. All right, should have enough after selling these. Oh nope, 3 bone skills. Nothing with that. Okay. Fresh meat. I do need these, so let's. Okay. I don't think I need anything out of this guy. I'll do Duriel just to see. Who is this? Who is this? Okay. Yeah, I don't need anything off him. Distilled Fear. I don't need anything off him. Yeah, clearly. What does this guy drop? Oh, Hand of Nas. And then this is the sword. This is really the only one I need something off of. And I don't even need the sword, to be honest. I hate that mechanic. Okay. If it's not a star, it's not a use. Oh my god, this inventory is gonna be full of crap. Oops. Almost. Let's pull. Let's just throw these there. I'm gonna pink and go here. This can go here, and then I can sort. Nothing here I need. And let's look at this Paragon board. What do I want to do? I could still flesh this out. That's a lot for 1 point. It's not even useful for me. I'll just fill if these 5 damage. It's fine. There's really nowhere on the board. Total armor, all resist, all resist. Not worth going that far out. What's this? Corpse attack speed. Damage injured enemies. Corpse attack speed. I don't remember what corpse attack speed is. I believe that's generally just how fast you can cast like corpse explosion. I don't think it's useful for this build. Corrupting damage. I don't do corrupting. Damage to injured. Total armor. Honestly, all of these nodes are not terrible. How many points? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that'd be 1 extra, but I get 2 int nodes versus 3 int nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a lot of int in that little area. Anything over here? No, no. I still need to flesh out these too. That's all resist. Max life. Max life. 5 damage, 5 damage. I have little 5 damages here and there, but it's not gonna do much. I feel like this is actually not terrible. 4% armor. 5% armor. 6, so that's 7% armor. I think this is where I go. So I think I start going there now. So we're gonna sacrifice, because I don't really use this for the skeletal damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Yeah, I could start, because I'd give my int back. I lose skeletal damage. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. And then get rid of these ints. Actually, see rid of these 7, 8. So now we're going back up here. This had more int nodes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Int. 1, 2, 3. And then I can flush the int over here and get more int for free, essentially. Shadow damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 3 ints versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, let's do that. I know this is this is less routes, but I want the more ints on the route. Even though it's so minuscule, it doesn't matter, and it makes up for the int that I just gave up. So I'm essentially losing skeleton mage damage for 8% armor, which is actually significant. Well, 4% armor. It'll be 8% armor in a minute. All right, what do I want to watch? There's just more, dude. Everything right now on my feed.
Okay, what's up, friendos? Welcome.
Everything is Destiny. More Destiny from Kira. More Destiny from Kira.
You'll have probably seen the news. Destiny 2's over. And there's been some copium, some hopium, that this means Destiny 3 is going to be on the way, right? You know when they do these announcements of, we're actually killing the game that you enjoy and that you spent years playing. They always say these things, oh, this is not the end. They'll allude to something. They'll make you believe that there's hope. And they'll say you're the best community ever and they had the greatest time working on the game. But by the way, we're killing it, right? They're just trying to cushion the blow that they're destroying this thing that a lot of people really enjoy. And because they did that with D1, did it with D2, people are thinking D3 is going to come out, and that isn't the case, or at least it doesn't look like it right now. And there's a lot of context to this that we have to go over, including what Sony thinks of Bungie after buying them, why Destiny's been killed, why...
I'm guessing this is all going to be rehashed. It seems like everybody's just rehashing off of Paul Tassi and Strider.
So, obviously, when they
God, I hate this
the game's
dungeon.
closing, they said there's going to be a final update on June 9th, and, you know, that's great. You can go and play a dead game. I'm sure that's going to be massively popular, apart from the final send-off. But the funny thing here is that when this news released, I was thinking, oh, you know, I'll make a video about that, but I'll wait a couple days, because there wasn't any, like, insider reporting on what happened, or any kind of, like, lead to this of, oh, Destiny 2 is about to close. And the reason we now know is because almost all of Bungie didn't even know that the game was ending. Right? You've got to think they have.
Oh, that's
employees, something like that. I think.
That's brutal.
And
I actually didn't know that.
People working on the game sat there day to day, making art, writing scripts.
Yeah, it's still working on it.
Whatever they were doing, they had no idea. It had already been decided.
Dude, how big is this thing? Jeez.
The game was dead. They were wasting their time. They were working on nothing that would be released. And then obviously the announcement comes out. And that's when these people find out that the game that they're currently working on, that they've been working on for potentially years, some of them a decade, with Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, the game's just dead.
Dude, how big is this dungeon, man?
Which is getting all too common.
Oh my goodness.
This was a decision that had been made by the higher-ups that they just weren't going to continue with Destiny and Destiny 2 and potentially even the franchise. So as soon as the announcement happened, obviously a bunch of people went out and started speaking to journalists. And Jason Schreier, of course, started releasing information about this, stating there's going to be substantial layoffs and that there likely isn't going to be a Destiny 3. And specifically,
that sucks, man.
Bungie's also investing more in the extraction shooter Marathon, which has not met sale expectations since its March release. Who the fucking gets? But which the company hopes will expand its player base over time. They're probably going to do this with PvE mode, realistically. The studio's moved some staff from Destiny team to Marathon in recent months. A representative for Sony didn't respond to requests for comment. Bungie staff are looking to pitch and begin development of new projects, including in the Destiny franchise, but none have been greenlit, and there's no guarantee that any will move forward in a challenging market that has led companies like Sony
to raise prices and cut Legion costs. Event, 9 minutes.
And then they go on to say that when Sony was acquired, when Bungie was acquired by Sony, they had 5 projects in the works, but none of them were Destiny 3. So even when they had the ability to like self-govern and decide what they were going to be working on, they wanted to work on everything except Destiny 3. Now, they were working on a game in the Destiny franchise, which they thought was going to be the future of Destiny, but it wasn't Destiny 3. Maybe it was all but name, but it wasn't Destiny 3. It was called Payback, which was cancelled, right? As soon as Sony acquired them, they went through and axed a bunch of these things, and all that was left was Destiny 2, which was obviously a live service, and Marathon, which was being developed as like the future of Bungie, the company. And we've seen how that's worked out, right? So no Destiny 3, bunch of layoffs, but people are of the opinion that Destiny 2 was left on life support and there was nobody working on this thing. But that wasn't true. And there's a lot of people that are of the opinion that they killed Destiny 2 in order to make Marathon, which is also not true. It's just true that Bungie are a shit company, and they've been a shit company for a long time. And you only have to look at things like this. When you see what they were talking about years ago, this was post-October 2025. Destiny 2 play count has now fallen below Curse of Osiris lows, the point where Bungie once said it was weeks away from shutting the game down entirely. Now, unfortunately, you can't go look at the Steam charts to see some kind of player trend for Curse of Osiris because it came out in 2017. In 2017, Activision owned the publishing rights of Destiny, right? And a lot of people... The thing with Bungie is the company's been everywhere, right? But a lot of people had the opinion that big Activision bad, and Activision was the reason.
I remember that. I even had that opinion too.
And Destiny 2 was a bad game, and it was like essentially trending downwards in terms of player popularity. And then Destiny and Bungie became the masters of their own destiny, right? They got away from the evil Activision, and they continued to basically release content for the game, and the game just trended downwards. And what you've got to understand about a game like Destiny 2 is you have a sunk cost of millions of people that own this game. By the analytics here, anywhere between on Steam alone, bear in mind it's sold on other platforms and things like that, and consoles, you've got 18 plus million people that own this game. So you've got an audience that already has bought the game. They have no barrier for entry to get back in. And this is just to illustrate the level of mismanagement of Destiny. You have games like World of Warcraft, for instance, that have been going for over 20 years. And they've gone through highs and lows, peaks and valleys, ebbs and flows. But because they've got such a huge captivated audience of people who have no huge barrier for entry to get back into the game, what they can do is, when they try something and it doesn't work, they can just pivot to something that they know that does work and continue to iterate on content until the line starts going back up. Destiny, over the course of the last 10 years, have managed to release content that is considered worse and worse, remove content from the game repeatedly, over and over again, taking things away from players, charging people for the new things that they release that takes things away from players, and continually make the game less popular, despite having this huge sunk cost of players who own the game that don't have a huge barrier to come back and try new updates. And that really shows a level of incompetence from a management level that displays that it was never about Marathon. It was never about what the rest of the company was doing. It was entirely about the people making decisions about
build or whatever it's going on is lagging my computer.
To take the game. So obviously
that's the first build I've seen that actually lags.
Release, and you can go find the review I did on Marathon. It's not super relevant, but one of the things I said in there was Marathon was a competent game. It was well designed. It had great art, great sound, great gunplay, but it wasn't a game that is going to appeal to a mass market. And due to this, and due to Destiny 2's recent performance and the trend of what was happening with the game, Bungie would go down as one of the worst video game studio acquisitions in history. And what you've got to understand is, Bungie was purchased by Sony in, I believe, 2022 for $3.6 billion. And all they had at the time that they were bought were 5 in-development projects that nobody had heard of and didn't materialize to anything, a failing Destiny 2 as a franchise, and an in-development Marathon that was in development since like 2020 or something, 2019, something like that, which is hundreds of millions of dollars for a company of Bungie's size, plus marketing on top of that at the end. So they spent $3.6 billion on a failed game and an impendingly failed game. And I'm not saying failed game in terms of Marathon to be like edgy or whatever, but it just objectively has failed right now in terms of sales expectations and what Sony would have wanted the game to be, considering what they paid for Bungie. And this is, you know, I don't hate Marathon. I just don't play it because, you know, it's a game you play for a week when it releases, if you've got friends that are into it, and then you move on to other stuff, because it doesn't do anything special enough for me to play it as an Extraction fan. You can play Tarkov for the super in-depth tactical extraction shooter.
I actually agree with what he's saying here. It doesn't do anything special. Arc Raiders is better PvE, and Tarkov is better world building PvP. Still a fun game though. Don't get me wrong. I still enjoy it.
Like a more friendly, more game-oriented extraction shooter. Marathon just sort of sits in this middle ground where
Here
it
comes a
doesn't
butcher.
massively appeal to any of those audiences. So it's just going to get the fringe of player bases. And one thing I guess that's important to mention, because it seems fair to do so, we always criticize game companies for doing the safe thing. Oh, we've made Assassin's Creed for, you know, X amount of years. Let's make Assassin's Creed number 37, right? Let's make FIFA number 200. But Bungie stepped out the comfort zone here. They broke the mold, and we're now going to criticize them for doing so because it failed. Because at least for now, it's failed anyway in all the metrics of what a business would use to determine success or failure. So it feels unfair to do so in terms of, like, they did try to do something else, but they tried to do something that doesn't make a ton of sense for a company in Bungie's situation, where they don't have anything to fall back on. Destiny was obviously somewhat deprioritized and was doing badly for many years, and then they just released a game that isn't really for a large amount of people. Like, even if Marathon was the best version of Marathon it ever could be, it was like the best extraction shooter of Marathon's stature, of what it was trying to be, a bit more hardcore than Arc Raiders, it was never going to reach like big commercially successful numbers, because there isn't that many people out there that want to play a game like Marathon. It just is what it is. This is a game that if it was slightly less polished than the Bungie product, and it was from an indie game, this would be considered a great success. But it's from Sony's owned Bungie. Like, it's gonna be a failure just because of what it is. It's not gonna reach those numbers. And the thing is all Bungie's games, like, there's not a lack of talent there in terms of making things. Like, Destiny's a fun game. Destiny's a cool game. The art, the sounds, the style, the design is good. They're competent, great developers over there that obviously love what they do. And you can even see that in Marathon. But every time when this company should have zigged, they zagged. They French fried when they should have pizzaed. And it's led to like a decade of just, I mean, it's 2 decades of going from company to company to company to success to failure all the way along. And it's really hard to say that Bungie isn't going to just be killed from this. Like, stripped down to the bare minimum of parts. And there's a few aspects here. Sony's impairment loss, right? This is a thing that you'll have seen pop up. Sony records 766 million impairment loss against Bungie for 2025 financial year, a 1-2 punch of Destiny 2 Marathon failing to meet its expectations. Now, if you go and actually read the whole financial breakdown of this and how Sony talk about it, they essentially say our year for Sony's like gaming revenue would have been amazing. Everything was going good. Apart from Bungie dragged everything down. It was like Bungie was our significant failure. And 2026 is going to be really good because we've already lost all the money we could on Bungie. And we're now going to obviously be cutting costs with Bungie. And let's just ignore that happened. Let's just ignore that $3.6 billion because we're going to continue to invest in Marathon. We're going to continue running the game because it's, you can read here what they actually say. Player reception is strong. The game received a strong Metacritic score of 82, and more than 90% of player reviews on Steam being positive. Engagement metrics such as retention also remain at a high level. Now, obviously, this is investor speak. because as you can see, this is not a substantially great retention for numbers that we can see on Steam. Obviously, it's on console, so we can't see those. But as a trend, this is not great retention for a AAA game that's cost hundreds of millions of dollars. But because these are seasonal games, you wouldn't look at, say, Path of Exile 2 and see that it releases to a peak of 350k for a new league and then drops to, 2 months later as 8k people online. You wouldn't look at that and say it's a failure of a game because they're seasonally approached games. And Marathon's got a new season launching on June 2nd, so you'll probably see another peak on this one. Will it reach over the original launch? Absolutely not. But if they continue to run this game as like a seasonal skin seller, right, and add PvE components, there's nothing to say that over a long period of time,
not Bone Reaper, Walking
Marathon
Touch
can't be a financial success. But to do so, they have to cut a lot of the fat from Bungie and just operate Marathon, or give them the opportunity to launch another game. But if you were Sony and you'd bought this absolute fucking lemon for $3.6 billion to the point where it's ruined a financial year for your company, and everything so far has missed expectations, and you've had to force them to close down a failing game, would you give them the freedom to go and make another game? Like, what has Bungie done in the last decade for you to give them the opportunity to do so? It just doesn't make a ton of sense. And there's a couple of things that I've seen some people say on Twitter. One of these being from Paul Tassi, which I'm just going to talk about. I don't necessarily fully disagree. But he says, the reality is that now more than ever, people should want Marathon to win. If it can thrive, it can expand in interesting ways. It can give Bungie runway and leeway with Sony for future projects. It's all upside if you want more Bungie games or even more Destiny. Marathon dying from here doesn't help anyone, though that does not mean I'm going to just cheerlead if things don't turn around. Now, I agree in a way, right? But I also disagree in a way, because Bungie as a company, I grew up playing Bungie games, and Bungie was one of my favorite studios because I fucking loved Halo, right? And I don't want game companies to fail, because obviously that's bad for the industry overall. But I don't think Marathon doing well is going to do anything for the future of Bungie and Destiny. I really don't. Unless it turned around, which is like the most unrealistic expectation possible. Unless Marathon turned around to be like Arc Raiders level of success with more sustainability than Arc Raiders has had, because that's fell off quite a lot recently. I don't think that's going to translate into Sony suddenly thinking Bungie's competent enough to make another Destiny. Now, what Sony currently owns is Destiny as the IP, and maybe they have another studio take a look at doing something with Destiny and remove that from Bungie's hands. Because realistically, Bungie, from before Sony, like, this is the problem why I can't have faith in, like, oh, if Marathon does well, then Sony's going to be happy with Bungie and Bungie's going to have more opportunity. Bungie have had more opportunities than most people in life get with anything. They've been under so many other companies, so much leadership changes, so many people trying to hold the reins of what Bungie is. And here we are, right? They've proven a track record of unsustainable business decisions and ability to give players what they want over a long enough period of time that I don't think this matters, unless they were going to install somebody that somehow managed to make Bungie actually do things people wanted. I do think it's really telling that Sony has canned a live service that still had a decent chunk of people playing it, because that just sort of shows where Sony's at with Bungie. Right, I don't think there's any world in which Sony turns around and says, okay, Bungie, Marathon's doing pretty good now. We're going to extend you some kind of runway to be able to do something else, because they've already decided that it's so much easier to run a game than to make a game. Especially, again, when you've got all this sunk cost of people owning the game, people loving what Destiny is, people that would be willing to come back. And they've said, we don't trust you enough to continue even trying to do that. So why would they trust you in making another game from scratch when the game you've just made from scratch has been a commercial failure? Like, I think from here it's pretty clear Bungie as a company is dead. Sony do not want to invest in the future of Bungie as a company. They just want to try and make as little of a loss as possible on Marathon. And if Marathon continues to do badly, that's probably gone too, right? I don't think it's realistic that in the coming months they're going to just be like, yeah, fuck it, Marathon's gone. But Sony has had to make some pretty cutthroat decisions.
Well, Sony doesn't want to look like they're terrible at managing. Like the Concord situation, High Guard situation. Sony's been responsible. They've been canceling live service games left and right. Like, they look incompetent if they were to kill Bungie right now. They have to try to make it work, and I'm guessing they're deciding the best way to do that is through the new game Marathon instead of the old game Destiny. I'm gonna assume that Marathon's much easier to iterate on and update than Destiny would be. It's probably the pitch that I'm assuming Bungie's leadership told Sony when they were given the ultimatum on what they want to keep alive.
The last couple of years, like with Concord, where they're writing off like a $300+ million game with like a week of release and having zero sales from it, refunding everybody and just shit canning the whole thing. And with a company the size of Sony, they can do that. It sucks, but they're not going to keep throwing good money after bad. And I think Bungie's in the naughty boys corner, so it's not going to take a lot of sustained mediocrity from Marathon for them to probably just turn around and be like, yeah, fuck it, right? But there we go. Thanks for watching as always. Hopefully you enjoyed. Check the links in the video description. There's a GameSups code. If you want to go use that, you get a discount. I get money off your purchase, and you can buy some games.
This one didn't work correctly. I can tell those little orbs aren't on the ground. Yeah, there's no orbs on the ground, so I can tell this one's not working. So just running into the Nightmare Dungeon doesn't work. Has to be through the Nightmare Dungeon affix. Which is fine, I don't really care. I am going to make a loot filter though. I'm going to tinker my current filter. Because I have too much crap on my loot filter right now. What's in the box? We'll see if this loop filter works that I made, at least. Okay, the loop filter. It's not working. Okay. This is not working properly. So what am I messing up on? Okay, I think I fixed it. Oh, I need gold. Actually, that's not enough gold to matter. Okay. Gotta iterate on this leaf filter. Let me look at this. So what is so Rax's leaf filter has hide all at the bottom. Oh, I see. I did it. Okay. Discard. Okay, so show GA. Ancestral GA 2 GA minimum. Unique. Let's show add roll. Show item rarity rare legendary. Item power range 900 for ancestral. Greater affix, 2 greater affix. Item property. I could do individual like gloves or whatever, but let's just do this for right now. And then this will be rare leg 2+ GA. GA unique. 2+ GA. Walking touch. Charm. Walking touch. We'll have it show ancestral charms as well. So show talisman set bonus. Codex 900. Add condition. Talisman sets. Okay. Ancestral charms. I don't know how to spell ancestral right now, so I'm just gonna do that. So we're gonna have it show ancestral charms, rare 2GA elites, unique 2GA walking touch. So any walking touch is gonna be shown. Mythic seal and then mythics. Okay. Save changes. We're gonna rock this for a while. And now we're gonna try this stupid thing. Okay, and now I beast device it. And now I do this bad boy. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is working because I can see those little things now. All right. Spruce fire. Let's do that, I guess. These all suck. Let's do this right now. I'm waiting to see if that changes something else. It ain't much, but it's honest work. No, the lords. All right. Not even close. Am I leveled up yet? No. Get that shit out of my face. That's 2. Let's do that. All right. Let's just do a quick juicer. These are pretty quick actually. Let's listen to some music. Music? Cal Scrooby? Yes, sir. Oh. I didn't think that was gonna blow. Thought I'd beat it. That sucks.
Skip town. Run up in the spot, no dance, and I make them all get down. So you better sit the fuck down.
All those fucking traps over there. What the fuck? Oh shit.
I'm not drinking, I'm just smoking back to back. It's hard to focus, got the gas, not in motion, stuck in traffic, stop and go shit.
Oh, screw that goblin. Oh, another one. Okay. Drugging women, you a piece of shit. Yeah. You need to know that. You need consent. You be the type to talk the talk and then go plead the fifth. I plead the second, make you eat this dick. All right, let's do the materials upgrade. It's time to switch to that. 2000 maximum life. So I need to roll this into damage reduction. Perfect. All right, let's see what RNG gives me. It's terrible. Which one's better? Honestly, my current one's better. Yep. Oh, no, I don't know actually. No, 5% damage reduction. I think my current one's better. This is better for survivability though. I'll hold it in here. Alright, what's next? Lord Seer. Lord Seer. I don't wanna talk, this ain't no negotiation. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I'm not interested in procreation. I am not your big bro, fam. We got no relation. If you not on this side, then you guilty by association. That should be good enough. Bow, 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 bow. Shit. Almost died there. Goodbye, Lord. See ya.
Stop breathing, try and stay afloat with a boat, stop leaking. My shit like when the liquor's all free. Yo shit like when the chicken not seasoned. You not hot, boy, I know you bot bots. Chop chop, make it to that top spot. Just to post a pic in a rented drop top while I smoke a double Dutch and I sip a hot.
What's going on in my driveway right now?
That's neat. My life's been a mess since last week. Sometimes my heart too heavy and I think I'ma sink when it's just not that deep. No, it's not that deep. If it's not 6 feet, it's not that deep. If it's not 6 feet, it's not that deep. You lucky as fuck, it's all random. Young John Hamm, madman, show handsome.
Just a car going by.
Tantrums. Little kids nap, big bag, no ransom. What a coincidence, what are the chances? You too insignificant, you won't understand.
Don't you do it. Don't you do it. God damn it.
Radical thoughts that hinder mental expansion. Big bang boom, make room for the young man. I'm Duke Nukem with bazookas in a gun band. Smoking like a hookah when it's done. I pass like Nash with the Suns or Luca on the run. I'm Mark Cuban, part shark, part human. Tried hard but could not harpoon him. ARs drawn like cops cartooning. What you gonna do when they all sharp shooting? Fuck it, start looting. Protest like smart students. Stop talking and start doing. Put your heart into it, y'all not that deep. If it's not 6 feet, it's not that deep.
Ada Fiend. Ada Fiend. Ada. I need Aether Lord.
It's not that deep.
I think I bugged out. We'll see. Oh no, I didn't. It's still going. Just let it end.
Tryna be rude, this Henny got me loose. You been my baby since we babies, that's like 92. Now we grown up and you show up in that bodysuit. And you the only one that blow up in the cloudy room. Taking photos in the Audi, ooh, I know how you do. At a critic, got a Mountain View, then a fountain blue. Yeah, I get it, you been on the move, what you tryna prove? Girl, I bet you wouldn't like it if I pulled a you on you. Now my best friend turned into another one, my exes. Less just another fuck up on my checklist. Never learn my lesson. Take a pill and pop it like the question. I don't think about your ass when it
butcher one? I don't remember. No, this is not the butcher one.
This shit came from the soul. Deep down, no, they never know. Stun hard, no, they never grow. One song, no, they never blow. Yeah, I knew straight from the go. Got up out of I went straight to the pro. So then go high, paint the flow. When I came back home and they had to get a boy like A for show. Let's slide like breaks in the snow when it's cold out. Outside when the time and I still got a line. Still unsigned, but that motherfucker sold out. Somehow I still get slept on like a fold out. I slept on when I first got blown out. That's way back when I had no cloud. I still got no doubt. I'm just gonna make it work. There's so much cocaine it hurt. I broke down like 16 lines. That's just how I made this verse. I'm gonna keep it real till I make it. I'm not gonna fake it first. When shorty drop it down for me like an 808, they shake the earth. I swear. I swear. I was broke. I got that check. I got repaired. I've been working. I've been gone. I disappeared. In the end, nothing matters. I don't care. It's a thousand ways to die in LA. 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 Up so late, it's early. She pulled up like 6:30. This bitch used to curb me. Now she sucked me up. Now this bitch curvy. Ooh, liquid courage got me swerving up that 42. I'm worthy. They better hang my jersey next to 33 and 32. This shit go crazy. Might shave my head like Britney. Might go insane when I broke my brain if I got this fame too quickly. If you wanna talk to the boy, gotta pay cause I'm way too busy. Got 2K for the walkthrough, boy, I taught you the game like Britney. Don't got no ice, all this shit heat, that'll mess up my whiskey neat. Breaking down weed, this shit so sticky, I thought it was a damn Rice Krispie treat. Wait, hold the fuck up. Show up with the crew so you know I'm fucked up. Big bad wolf, high, blow it all down. It's about time I blow the fuck up, I swear. I swear. I was broke, I got that check, I got repaired. I've been working, I've been gone, I disappeared. In the end, nothing matters, I don't care. It's a thousand ways to die in LA. 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 When I come in, my money gone. I got no idea where it went. Had to do the feature just to float. Needed $12.50 for the rent. I can't sign right now. I hate giving a percent. I like to bet on myself. That's just money well spent. There's a lot of people that I know, not a lot of people that I like. They say this is my year. I say you motherfucking right. I already said it once. Please don't make me say it twice. I'm not here to make friends. I'm too goddamn nice. I'm not picking up the phone. I'm not texting y'all back. I'm about to get a new number. I'm not here to chit chat. Wake up early in the morning, mix marijuana with the coffee. Ash on the floor of my apartment. I just burn a hole in the carpet.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a Martian. Round, round,
Yeah, yeah,
flying
yeah.
saucer. Dripping like I'm walking out the sauna. Bitch, you call me daddy, not my daughter. I just had the worst day of my motherfucking life. I'm trying to act like nothing wrong, but I can't do nothing right. So I'm about to break down, about to lose my fucking mind. If I can make it through the day, they said tomorrow I'll be fine. Yeah, why can't I get out of my bed? Thoughts I can't get out of my head. Got blacked out, maxed out my credit card. Why can't I get out of my debt? Chasing it feel good, feel real good. Then I feel worse, feel better off dead. Red pill, blue pill, one pill, two pill. Oh, I just ran out of my meds. My whole life is a mess that I can't clean up. A bully that I can't beat up. Can't slow down, no, I gotta speed up. Got a lot of upkeep that I can't keep up. One step forward, two step backward. Every day's a new disaster. Wonder if I turn the page, will I get through this chapter? I just had the worst day of my motherfucking life. I'm trying to act like nothing wrong, but I can't do nothing right. So I'm about to break down, about to lose my fucking mind. If I can make it through the day, they said tomorrow I'll be fine. I've been down this road before, but I don't think I ever been down this slow. I've been sad, but I don't know why. I think I lost my mind, but I found it though. I just want someone to text me back, except when the bank say balance low. I just want someone to let me vent and not judge a motherfucker like a talent show. Maybe I'm over dramatic and all my emotion erratic. I'm probably just overreacting.
Who's that?
Maybe I'm not. Maybe the story I tell is supposed to be tragic. If I try to bottle my thoughts, I end up busting the glass and popping a hole in the plastic. I wear my heart on my sleeve like I got it sewn in the fabric. I got some bad vibrations. I'm trying to stay clean on the low. I know that's how I made it. I got a lot of reason to go and I might not make it. Got a lot of days like these and they test my patience. And I can't take it, I can't take it. I just had the worst day of my motherfucking life. Trying to act like nothing wrong, but I can't do nothing right. So I'm about to break down, about to lose my fucking mind. If I can make it through the day, they said tomorrow I'll be fine. Yeah, this shit gonna be okay. This shit gonna be alright. This shit gonna be okay. This shit gonna be alright. This shit gonna be alright. You know what it is. Everybody get your motherfucking roll on.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody get your motherfucking roll on. Throw it at me, baby, let me get my stroke on. You got that bomb pussy, I can't really go long. If it's 4-5 minutes, then it's your fault. Yeah, it's your fault. I took a Drake flow. You know I've been getting high, but I lay low. No chains on, feeling like Django. Need a two-seater, baby, that's a tango. We can tango, I know it take two. This a one take, when I'm done, K cool. I don't dance, baby, this is how I make moves. Heard my competition saying that they can't lose. Well, that's fake news, you gotta pay dues. I was in the same boat, same shoes. Burning through the gas like H2s. Gotta make them beg so they can't choose. I'ma get a Benz when I break through. I would make a song before and after class. Always in the hall, I never had a pass. In my habitat, I had a battle bag. Never ran unless I had a ball or they had a badge. If you don't get it, that could take a minute. Don't tell Murder Beast that I may commit it. Shorty got the YSL fake edition. She put a burner and a makeup in it. You think I'm talking like a tough guy. Spent a long time out Ohio, still a Buckeye. She got little titties, but she know I'm still a buck guy. Always stuck around, stayed down, so my upside, yeah. I'm a different man now, I don't play around. I was destined, no question. motion, hands down, trying to get the bands up. But I never let my fans down, learn my lesson. That's why I get it in advance now. So you on the block, trying to fit in like Tetris. Yo, projects.
I'm just fucking vibing right now, dude. Fucking listen to Scrooby. You gonna get depressed in a Lexus.
Probably take my own advice and suggestions. Paying full price, every vice and investment. I threw out my paper like extra, extra. One day when I get the necklace, I'ma let my diamonds hold hands. It's a romance. Check the stands. Ain't they
Oh shit.
programs? You got no job, no brand, no bands. You could grow up in Chicago, still have no chance.
You gotta be kidding me. Let the boy leave.
In my habitat, I had to battle back. Never ran unless I had a ball or they had a badge. If you don't get it, that could take a minute. If you don't get it, that could take a minute.
Oh shit.
You don't get it.
Took a drink of water. I went straight to the back of my throat. These both suck.
It's quite a challenge. Woozy, I find a balance. Drinking with my lawyer, had sushi with my accountant. Losing touch and puffing and Lucy, that's where I found it. One hit of the cig and I usually feel nostalgic. When I'm on a bend, it's usually when I miss home. Mentally repairing and staring up out the window. Looking for revenge, just to count in Monte Cristo. I'll be counting money by the fistful, young man. You don't know nothing about this though, young man. Zelda got the motherfucking 6-4, man. Sip till you slip, get a grip, y'all bugging. I went to the desert, took a trip, no luggage. Saw stars dancing, party in the Mars mansion. As big as Kardashian, ass is gargantuan. All these kids napping, I'm asking for large ransom. Got the energy documentary, Charles Manson. Big bowl of cereal, fucking up some Cheerios. This some real shit, I think y'all don't really hear me though. Dab you with the left, I'm antibacterial. I'm Big Star Mario, here we go. I don't know a thing, but I'm still a genius. 2021, I wanna fill arenas. Got a shorty who model for Wilhelmina. She ain't Filipina, but she Filipinas. I just want my recognition, run it back if that a second listen. Always had it, I just added repetition. Label tracking data like a statistician. Never had the vision that I do, I had to do that independent. Nobody got the solution, don't let them give you advice. They try to copy the songs, but they ain't give it the spice. See, I'm mixing the wrongs, they only mixing the rights. Had everybody I lost, and that's what give it the life. That's the recipe, that's the best of me. That's a lesson, not a loss, it's God testing me. I know it's a rental car, it's not impressing me. It's not raw, it's not real, it's all wrestling. Give me the belt now, I had a meltdown. They ain't do me no solids, but they wanna help now. And I don't need you, it's just me and Kavika. Yeah. I let Corbett do the beats and all my reefer sativa. I know G gon' pull up with that Casamiga tequila. I know we gon' make a record, he gon' be on the feature. I can't release it, it's a big summer. Can't go fucking up a bag, it's a big number. Yeah, pay up, time to pay up. Still asleep, so I gotta stay up. Them bitches hacking that you wanna way up. But this a dunk, ain't no fucking layup. Ooh, it's quite a challenge. Woozy, I find a balance. Drinking with my lawyer, had sushi with my accountant. Losing touch and buffing the Lucy, that's where I found it. One hit of the cig and I usually feel nostalgic. Cold showers, I'm cold-blooded. No power, no heat, you a broke missing a free throw, and everybody wanna play J.R. Smith. The soul party on the wrist, this ain't shit. I can't even think of the last time I spent a little money on something that didn't get a little money back. I just turned down one show for 20 racks, and you can say that's crazy. I say it's mature. Copy the flow, you say you ain't heard me. I deserve a thanks every day as a courtesy. Good thing to live, got the gate security. Keep it real, keep it closed. Bass knocking, we don't need no more Joes. Bitches double tapping like I'm reading Morse code. I need a big bag like Santa when he leave the North Pole. Ho 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 when I kick in the dough off of Ritalin binge, been tricking the trolls. I dove in, never dipping the toes like wolves in the winter, been sniffing the snow. And y'all fishing the barrel, y'all stay tuned in, y'all ain't flipping the channel. Y'all keep coming back like cheap motherfuckers trying to get a free sample wearing different apparel.
Oh, that's a free butcher kill, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's a free butcher kill. Nice.
We not cooking with the same sauce. Got that bad taste. We not cut from the same cloth. We not built from the same brick. We not cooking with the same sauce. Got that bad taste. Cold showers, cold-blooded. Cold showers, I'm cold-blooded. Cold showers, I'm cold-blooded. Cold showers, I'm cold-blooded. Cold showers, I'm
Oh my god. That's just like a combination of everything happening there. I get him though. Let's do that.
brand new, oh you brand new. Telling me it's over, I don't understand you. Telling me you sober, I can smell the red wine. I don't need closure, I tell you 10 times. I never send signs, I send direct messages. And line, no love, just best wishes. That's why I don't spend time with my ex bitches. Don't get your head twisted like The Exorcist. Look, I know you don't like any scary movies. I know you want the candid, romantic, and very bougie. I know you want the $20 gluten-free organic banana and berry smoothie. To be honest, for Becky, you very choosy. But from the moment that your friend introduced me, girl, you already seduced me. I can tell that ass a little fat, and you say you independent, but I bet you couldn't spell it without Webby and Boosie. Ordering the sushi, you don't reach for the bill. I probably should've went and got you pizza for real. I probably should've said I never wanna meet you for real. But you were dressing like you got a list of people to kill. Now you stepping out the shower before you apply the powder. I don't think you know what you could do with that power. And none of that's fake. Whole body getting H-shaped like an hourglass with an extra half hour. Hoping we can last 10 minutes at least. It's a different game when you get in the sheets. You gotta shoot that thing with a different release, but not like it's been singles for 3. I'm pulling up like a splash, bro. She looking like Ariana, but with a grande ass though. She tryna push on my buttons. I'm like, this ain't Smash, bro. Yeah. She can have whatever she wants, except for the passcode. Except for my passcode. Brand new, huh? Girl, I want that old thing back. Brand new, oh you brand new, huh? Girl, I want that old thing back. You spilling red wine on my helmet lane. Nowadays I don't believe you when you tell me things. I'm trying to help you and you taking it the wrong way. It's been a long day. I started off light liquor with the Bombay. Switching over dark liquor, this the ombre. Girl, tell me where you at. I'm tired of interacting over apps. Maybe we can have a chat over entrees. Don't try to throw me a curve, cause I'm the type that'll hit it. I see you type out the message and then decide not to send it. See you the type to get jealous, but not the type to admit it. I bet you hate the thought of my body on somebody different. And I got my own problems. Drama knocking at my door like it's a soap opera. You start an argument and I don't want no part of it, so I just let you in like you the motherfucking globetrotters. And now you acting all brand new, huh? Girl, I want that old thing back. Brand new, oh you brand new, huh? Girl, I want that old thing back.
I don't know who the hell that is. So Zilla? Zali? Saley? I have people on my friends list from when I played WoW. On my Battle.net friends list. I have no idea who some of these people are anymore.
I keep ticking. Roll that glue, that shit keep sticking. gon' keep winning. Don't sleep, setting all alone with the whole team. Get on the phone when I'm lonely. Take it for a ride when I'm on it. Slide on the road like it's icy. I'm a Virgo, she a Pisces. That's been the reason to fight me. Some of these hoes too pricey. Don't call her wifey. Try her to look and she bite me, yeah. Pull out the driveway. House on the highway. Drink with the ice cube. It feel like a Friday. You put a ring on it. I put on my way. I look her straight in the eyes. She be talking to me sideways. Don't waste your money impressing somebody who don't even
What is that?
know they want. It feel like woman and you tell me you won't be mine and the next minute you say you don't. I need to know. You need to make up your mind and you make up a reason to go. Put on your makeup and walk out the door. Now you won't kiss and make up, that's a no. Clock keep ticking. Yeah. Roll that glue, that shit keep sticking. Yeah. Got that blue snow, not 350s. Yeah. Got new watch and it cost 3 chicken. Yeah. I don't got time for that shit. I don't got time for that. Don't bang my line with that shit. Don't bang my line with that. I don't got time for that shit. I don't got time for that. Don't bang my
Oh, nice.
line with that shit. Don't bang my line.
I'll take this.
I keep ticking, die fast. You will know life like a high pass. Just a mean mug and a nice ass. Taking 3 lines off an iPad. If you play ball or you write that, she'll let you tap like a hi-hat. She'll set a trap if you like that. Take a screenshot of the Skype with a eye chat just to get a flight there and a flight back. You got a sponsor, you got a sponsor. You got a double life, you an imposter. Switching the character, you in the Oscar. Run from the truth until you get exhausted, yeah. I never trip when you traveling. You got a habit of bluffing your status and tagging the wrist when you up in the Radisson. I saw the picking, it wasn't that flattering. Who you trying to impress? Clean me up, but you a mess. I just pull up for the sex. Called a lift and then I left. I go pull up on your best friend. She know why I'm coming by late. Usually I'm not a lightweight. Wonder what you put in my drink. Damn, you can do better. I promise the money won't solve all your problems. Find you a king, get you a ring. Go play your role like a Mario charm. What you gonna do when you grow old? You know you're losing your mojo. Even when you got a buzz.
I'm not gonna pick all those up. It's not worth the waste of time.
I keep ticking. Yeah. Roll that glue, that shit keeps sticking. Yeah. Got that blue snow, not 350s. Yeah. Got new watch and it costs 3 chicken. Yeah. I don't got time for that shit. I don't got time for that. Don't bang my line with that shit. Don't bang my line with that. I don't got time for that shit. I don't got time for that. Don't bang my line with that shit. Don't bang my line. Okay, I'm flipping the switch. Chip on my shoulder as big as it gets. I gotta make some room for bitches, so you gotta get off my dick. Talking that shit you deleted, but I got receipts. You know I didn't forget. I love the people who hated me, that's why I made it. You all should get an assist. I couldn't have done it without all the negative energy. I had it stuck in my memory bank. All of the messages you kept on sending me, I got to learn how my enemy thinks. You better listen with both ears when the smoke clears and the Hennessy drank. That's when it's hard to pretend to be friends. That's when you spot all the friends that be fake. Real is a recognition. Realize you get it from repetition. Here lies somebody who never lies. Long as I live, I'm the definition. Yeah, you try to ruin me, try to make a fool of me, you better get off my dictionary. I had to do it, but this ain't no eulogy. I wrote that bitch in obituary. Okay, I'm flipping the switch. Chip on my shoulder as big as it gets. I gotta make some room for bitches, so you gotta get off my dick. Talking that shit you deleted, but I got receipts. You know I didn't forget. I love the people who hated me, that's why I made it. You all should get an assist. Yeah, I told you, I told you, I told you. You said I wouldn't be shit. Oh well, I showed you. Yeah, I told you, I told you, I told you. You said I wouldn't be shit. I needed that. I owe you, I owe you. Just when you thought it was over, I step in the party and get that shit jumping again. I know a lot of them hoping I lose. Ooh, I'll thank them all when I win. This is my favorite part of the sim. Who you know that's going harder than him? They should be giving me 50 cause I'm going Carter my arm in the rim. You make up half of my plays. You should've came to my concert. You the one paying my statements. I just want to thank all my sponsors. You could've stayed in your place. You had to wake up the monster. Think about taking a break, cause you making my dick and my balls hurt.
So we've been getting some more information on the Bungie situation right now after the end of Destiny 2 was announced just a couple of days ago. And the fallout online has been vicious towards specifically one game in particular, and of course
Marathon.
frustrated towards Bungie and Sony with their current status when it comes to what's next for the company. But we're going to look over all of that here today because things are actually a lot worse than most people were figuring when they initially saw that announcement. So if you guys enjoyed the video, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. So this is all kicked off.
Yeah, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new.
They did put out
I love
that
you.
post on their website, but to follow that up a couple of hours later, a report from Jason Schreier was published that says that Bungie, Sony were planning a significant number of layoffs as it ends development on the long-running shooter game Destiny 2. And the thing that I think surprised a lot of people with that is that the company doesn't have a new project lined up for Destiny 2's development team after the game comes to an end next month. I feel like many of us thought, hey, they must have a plan because it's a big company and you assume multi-billion-dollar companies with Sony and you know, with Bungie in tow would have an idea. Okay, what's next? We're going to end Destiny
We'll do
2
mysteries.
because
Could be anything.
Destiny
It could be a
3 is
boat.
coming up. Not the case. Right now, there is
Nothing.
no immediate plans
Nada.
to enter production on Destiny
Nada.
3. And while there's not an
Alright.
actual number of job cuts that are known at this time, it seems to be
Nada.
significant, I guess, is what's expected right now. But people are wondering, why is Destiny 3 not in development? So the final shape happened, what was this, like almost 2 years ago. And you would assume,
Oh, I should
because
probably
that
do
was
mythic
kind of marking
seals.
the
Okay, let's do
end
this.
of
I need to
Destiny
add blue
2,
filter
and
one
many
more
people
thing.
were really
Add
into
red
Destiny 2, so
filter.
that was actually a
Show
fair
roll.
for it. And that's when you would figure they would have been moving on to Destiny 3. Because otherwise, Destiny 2 had this weird thing where it seemed like they didn't want to let go at that time still. And, I mean, it did have at least a player base that was consistently playing the game. So it's that weird thing where you have a hard time separating from that live service game that still has some pull and then make the next live service game. And that's usually why you don't see numbered sequels to games like
Codex
these.
upgrade
But
check?
here we are
No.
with Destiny 2 now wondering
Yeah, we'll do
about
Codex upgrade
Destiny
check.
3. But apparently they never really moved on and
Okay,
started
so this will be
thinking about
Codex.
development. You might be wondering why. Well, it does really come
Codex.
down to being as simple
Okay,
as
one more.
the money aspect. Jason Schreier did respond, saying a lot of people have wondered why Bungie didn't immediately start working on Destiny 3 after Final Shape. The answer is how much money it would take. And it's hard to say what the budget would be set at for a Destiny 3.
I don't know what it's
that
called.
there
Is it
was
a
that
charm
rumor
or a
getting thrown
seal?
around when Destiny was
Let me
coming
look.
out with the deal with Bungie and Activision. It was like $500 million.
Broderick
And
seal. So
part
that's
of
what I
that
want.
was marketing on its own, as in like, hey,
So,
this is a very expensive
Broderick
game, you should
seal.
check it out. But I think the actual
item
amount for development
properties,
budget for Destiny was like
it's
150
optional
or
affix.
160 million, something like that. And then the 500 million was actually for like spin-offs they were gonna do and like a 10-year plan, and then the marketing. Obviously, that didn't work out because Bungie broke away from Activision, and then eventually got picked back up this time by Sony. But essentially, right now, it would be expensive to make Destiny 3. I think everyone understands that. There is a significant amount of risk involved. Although I will
Jesus.
say for Sony, with some of the stuff they've greenlit, like a Concord, maybe sometimes
There's not
it's
a
okay to take
search?
the less risky swing with a
Charm?
Destiny 3. Okay. Well, we did also get a follow-up story. This was published
Okay, maybe
today
it's not that.
from Paul Tassi over on Forbes. If you want to look through this or a Bloomberg article,
That's
I'll have it linked
specific
down below
unique.
in the description because there's
Don't
quite a
know
bit here
that.
that Paul went over. But something that caught my eye and
Slaughter
many people is
survival.
that people at Bungie just didn't seem to know that a lot of this was happening right now.
What is
so
okay? Hold on.
It says the
See
work
if
continued
it's
on
gotta be
future
something-
Destiny 2 content, including future expansions like Shattered Cycle, and did not stop immediately when this decision was made. That being the decision to end support for Destiny 2.
Plus one
and
charm slot.
move some amount of resources over to Marathon, and that was made earlier this year. Say this was because the vast majority of Bungie did not know about Destiny 2 support being dropped right up until it was publicly announced. Yes,
Which one
the
is that
situation
called?
Where you and I found out, along with a majority of Bungie developers, that Destiny 2 was at end of life and would not see any further development around new content, just probably bug fixes or security issues that they have to resolve so that it just stays upright. As I mean, the first Destiny you can still play. Destiny 2 has this weird thing where
Item property.
like the beginning is just not in existence anymore. So the onboarding is very, very weird. But because of that, some people have wondered if maybe they would go on to make Destiny Classic or Destiny 2 Classic. I've seen that floated. Didn't seem like they had any of that sorted out or planned because many of them didn't think necessarily or know, maybe some of them figured, that Destiny 2 would just be coming to an end, like now in June, and found out when we did, and that is that's something. But the thing that is this is the issue that Bungie and Sony find themselves in. Bungie does have another game that's Marathon, and the problem now is that everyone is looking at Marathon kind of with the side eye more than ever, because it does sound like Destiny 2, just the way this is all lining up, people moving over to Marathon. Destiny 2 was pushed to the side with Marathon now being chosen as the flagship title for Bungie.
How do I do this?
When it really doesn't have the player base or support that would be required.
So we're doing
to
Herodic
hold
Seal.
up a studio with now 800 or more people. At one point, they were well over.
Optional
1,000
affixes,
people, and
maybe?
They've just been having layoffs. We've of course gone over that.
I don't
Sony
see
did
plus one
actually pull some of
charm.
the developers away and form Team LFG, and I think that's where they took Gummy Bears, which was an incubation project they had. So at this point, Bungie's already been kind of shedding talent for a couple of years now. But still, 800 people, Marathon, I don't think the numbers work out, and that's one of the reasons people now are expecting imminent, significant layoffs. But the other issue is Marathon, already on its back foot. Now people are just kind of mad at Marathon, like really mad, because, oh, Destiny 2 was shuttered because they got to hold up Marathon. And like I think a lot of people started to notice, wow, reviews are coming in on Steam that are pretty negative. Like here's this May 22nd, 23rd, just the past couple days, you can see a pretty big increase in negative reviews. And if you go through them, people are just like, oh, I can't believe they picked this over Destiny 2, or I hate Marathon because they got rid of Destiny 2 for it. It really is that. You're seeing Destiny 2 come up as a keyword.
Wow, more and more people are playing Destiny.
Right now.
There's 16,000 people now.
Marathon, which is already struggling, like in terms of just current player count, keeping interest, and that is the lifeblood of a live service game. Now being knocked down even further because people are just annoyed at it from what's happened here with Destiny 2. I don't really know what the future is for Marathon. I think Paul went over it in his article here in his different bullet points, where some of the talent from who are working on Destiny 2 being moved over to Marathon are looking at new PvP and PvE modes, try to expand the player base. So the larger,
I'm not seeing
the
plus one
team
charm
behind
here.
It means more content will be coming to Marathon. I actually just feel like at this point it's such an uphill battle. It's going to cost a lot of money in terms of development and content to get it to a place where people want to log in droves and play the thing, if that ever happens. So that seems like a very strange bet. And
Yeah, I don't think it's on here.
I can assume they're going that route is because the game already technically
Yeah, pretty sure it's on here.
It's released. They've sold at least a couple million copies, it sounds like. So they can't Concord the thing and refund everyone and take it back. It's just kind of out there. They have to at least see it through for, I assume, another year, but I mean, who knows? We've seen these live service games get cut down months into development, so it wouldn't shock me if the game
There's no
went,
plus one charm here.
maybe a full year from
So I'm going to
its
have to go
release,
through and manually look at all the legendary
8
seals, it
months
looks
or
like.
something,
Unless there's
and
something
they
I'm
cut it
missing.
down. Well, here's the thing. Fans, while they're not happy with the decision to move over to Marathon, while they were, I think, shocked.
Unless it's one of
there's
these names.
No plans, and they're incubating projects now, which is 5 or 6 years.
Like,
probably
unless one of
development
these.
to then at least
But this is
coming out.
talisman, it's not charms.
People are going to push and try to show
Right? Save
Sony
change.
and Bungie that they still want something with
Set
Destiny.
charm.
And while Destiny
Herodic
3 is
seal.
great for, again,
Unique
many of these
charm.
fans, I even think if they did go the route of, hey, we're going to
Yeah,
do a
Herodic
Destiny
seal, select all
Classic, that would be
talisman.
something at least. But you have to remember,
Herodic
right now,
seal.
you're not talking to Bungie anymore. You're talking to Sony. The fact that Schreier is saying that a lot of it's coming down to money and Sony's interest in
These are talismans.
actually funding the project, think about it that way. We're going above Bungie. We're going to the publisher, the person who put
Unless
the money
there's
into
just
this.
something right
So
here.
we're seeing petitions pop up right now. And you guys know
What
my
would that be
thoughts on
called?
petitions. They usually don't work. So that's the thing. But I think now, more than ever, it's, hey, let's show that there is interest in the idea around a Destiny 3. While I don't think the petition necessarily is something that would really move the needle, what would is, yes, if everyone logged, they have this over on Reddit, everyone log in on June 9th. Of course, that's when the update is happening for Destiny 2. It's going to look pretty, it already kind of looks sketchy for Marathon when Destiny 2, 9-year-old Destiny 2, had more concurrent players than Marathon. That didn't look great for Marathon, so if you have a massive spike, and look, they're expecting traffic, obviously, for an update, but there's like a massive spike in concurrent players, it's going to look even worse for Marathon. So while people are here review bombing Marathon, I think the more effective thing would legitimately be logging in all on this day to show that, yes, there is still a fairly substantial fan base, and the riskiness of a Destiny 3, while it would be a risk nonetheless, because you don't even know if things are actually going to make it to the finish line. That's how it is with game development now.
Okay, so
especially
there's
with
no
a
affix
project
for it.
like
I'm just gonna have to
3.
filter
It's,
Hardrick
it might
seals,
be worth
unfortunately.
taking a swing at over
Absolutely dumb,
many
but
of the
whatever.
live service
Alright.
bets that Sony is making.
Oh, what
But
is this?
that's just where we are with the situation. It really is worse than we thought, because Bungie's
Seal.
in no man's land right now. It's like they
Seal.
have Marathon, but they don't have enough people who seem to want to play Marathon. Many of the people are busy talking about Destiny 2, and that is about to be end of life for Bungie, which means it's not going to be a current project for them, or something that they can necessarily focus on
Alright.
to try to turn around. That's now Marathon. So, yeah, not great. And I understand why people... So I see people online who are sad about the idea of Destiny 2 going away. And, you know, I kind of think about this with Bungie, and I've always kind of been attached to Bungie because of the impact they had with the original Halo games from 1 all the way to Reach. And I thought about that. It's like Halo 1, 2, 3, and then Reach. That was a 9-year run. The same amount of time for Destiny 2, actually, from 2017 to 2026, a 9-year run. It's like, I get it. You know, you've kind of followed along with this studio, Bungie, and all the changes and updates they've made and the content they've released for this expanding universe. And I kind of had that with Halo, and then eventually they went away. And it was kind of a shame when all that went down. So I feel like I understand, even though I'm not the biggest Destiny person, I still played the first one and the second one here and there. It was in and out depending on updates and other things that were happening. But if you stuck with them the whole time as they were building out this universe, yeah, it's going to be crushing when you hear that they are moving on from Destiny 2. No plans necessarily in the immediate future to do anything else with Destiny. And if you want to follow along with Bungie still, you have to go play Marathon. And I just don't think, and it's, again, the numbers kind of show it, that the Destiny community is that interested in Marathon. That's just kind of it. So let me know what you guys think about this one down below in the comments. Specifically, if you were Sony right now and you have Bungie, which, take away the question of was it a good acquisition or not for Sony? Obviously it was not. What would you do, though, right now with Bungie? Between projects, them working on Marathon, how exactly would you handle this? Thanks, guys, for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Interesting. So right now, there is 8,000 more players on Destiny 2 than there are in Marathon. We haven't even hit the peak. That's pretty crazy. Let's do this one. Don't kill me, bro. Dude, why is this puddle still here? Why are you here, puddle? Oh, that's it. Aid defeating displace of elites. I think that was it. Oh no, I need Aether Lords. One step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. Oh. Here we go. That's what I want. Alright. We got a juicer run now. You ready for a magic trick? You want to see a dead body? It doesn't matter what I pick anymore. Wormitos. It's not procking. There it goes. There you go. What do we get? Grandfather, max life. That's damage. Okay. Actually, I wanted to look at this. Okay. Oh, yeah, I was filling out, I was fleshing out the armor, right? Yeah, I'm doing all armor. We'll do 100 damage. All right. Lord Seer. Is my internet messing up? There we go. Maybe we get lucky in a third portal open. That wasn't terrible, actually. It's pretty good. No. Tutorials.
That's it for that.
Alright. Do I have invocations? Okay. How many more jaws till I can get a jaw? Let's do an upgrade here, actually. Wrong thing. All right. There's some that are a lot. I can amalgamate. Forgot. Amalgamation makes it go up, right? Yeah. Okay, now those are jaw, right? Yep. So now I'm gonna try to make some more jaws.
A jewel plucked from the sky.
No, rituals I'm keeping. I'm just reforging the invocations ones. Okay, these can go back. Just sort that. Do this. All right, so now I need, what is it again to make jaw? Any rare? Okay. So we'll do rare invocations if I have them. Okay, we'll just make some rares. This is gonna take a while. Okay. I need Sam, right? Sam, ritual rare. Okay. Sam, ritual rare. Okay, Sam. 3, 6, 4, ritual rare. All right, so now I got 11 jaws. Okay. Let's see what else. Let's take a look at this. Well, I'm gonna use these. I shouldn't be picking these up. I might filter this further to +3 minion skills so I don't have to deal with this. Yeah, let's do that. Actually, no. Let me... Okay, so let's do... filter... Mythic Seals, Unique 2GA, Ancient Charms, Ancestral Talisman Rarity. Walking Touch Condition. Item match has required affixes. We're looking for plus minions. Main thing I care about is plus minions. That's it. I don't care what the other affixes. Save that. Ancestral Charms. Codex. Kissed by Rose, so has the type. Heraldric Seal, and then add condition. Rarity match, legendary. Save. Okay, that fixes that. Alright, Helltide. Great. Do I have mind play? Okay. Or mind cage. Oh, this is just brick wall after brick wall. That's what it feels like farming this. Farming on this character right now. Like, I have such a little like room for upgrade. I'm literally looking for a mythic seal at this point. And that's fine. Alright, where are we gonna go? I probably won't loiter around here for a bit. Let's see if this event's worth doing. Not at all. Let's go peep over here. What are we going? What do we got going on over here? Yeah, a little bit of loot here and there. Oh, what the fuck? Exciting times. Oh, he already dropped his loot stash. Oh, let's go over here. Stop in the name of the law. A sword. I already have enough things. I know what I'm doing. Alright, that should be it for that. Quick in and out. Let's take a look. Anything around here? Nothing. Nothing. Probably do this just in case I get another Helltide. I should be able to knock some stuff out in 40 minutes, so. There's nothing around here. case I have to come back. All right, next step. Let us. Oh, it's a pit. Let's do a quick pit, just so I don't have to deal with it. Yeah, just to knock it out, get it done. Let's go. I guess we'll do a circle. How did I miss that? I don't even know I'm picking that up. It doesn't really matter, does it? %. Let's go. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. Got him. There's always a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance. All right, Terrio. Let's see what you got me. How close am I? Oh, God. Kill me. I hate Infernal Hordes. I hate them. I hate them. I hate their guts, too. Did you really just give me the same Infernal Horde? Oh, my God. RNG. Oh. Oh. Fuck. I slinked out of my chair, dude. How do you get these things? I know I should take them. Oh, I just need to unlock one more, dude. I'm so done. I'm so done with Infernal Hordes. Let me do this pit. Hold on. Let's do this. Oh, there's an Infernal Horde right there. I didn't even see that. Why was that not showing up? Alright. I've grinded it pretty well. I've gotten... It's just so boring, man. Oh god, I don't have any... Oh, I do have some. I'm getting hungry. Trust on the CD. Is there, let's see runes. Jaw's invocation, right? Jaw invocation. We'll do invocation runes.
Nike tech, I don't sweat it. All black track suit, my aesthetic. If I'm hopping out the bag with a crossbody bag, I don't do it for the fashion. I just can't fit the cash in my Nike tech. I don't sweat that shit. I'm still independent with it. Don't forget that shit.
Die? Die?
I seen her, no hard feelings, no regrets. That shit had to happen, had to line up what I did next. Last semester sat in the back of the class and made a classic. Third mixtape on dab, hip tip of the cap, yeah, that's a hat trick. Living broken, no hoe acting like it's Calabasas. Can't believe I made it, open that app and Apple Map it. 2100 miles away from home with all this baggage, thinking it's time I start unpacking shit. Yeah, watching grass grow, watching paint dry. Y'all want everything but nothing if it takes time. I swear to God, y'all love killing time, love killing y'all. It's now or never. 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 I swear to God, y'all love killing time. It's now or never. 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 I swear to God, time, love killing y'all. It's now or never. Crown Vic in my rearview mirror, that shit got me nervous. Can't look back now. I still got time, gotta find my purpose. Gave up on label reps who never did like my verses. Now they worth a Birkin, give me that bag, I'm jacking purses. Life was good in photos, short on social, broken 3D. Shit was breezy, I look cringy, trying to look rich on TV. Didn't know who I was, didn't know what I wanted. Thought about Venison and pico, penny pinching prego sauce on pasta, that's a we go. Had to make a play and find a new way to feed my ego. Had to leave my management and had to pay my legal. Bank account on zero, got that mix from Nico. Unsigned by myself, I dropped that clip and reload. While you were sleeping, I was tweaking off Amigo. Thinking back, I guess I bet it on me before casino. Watching grass grow, watching paint.
What the fuck is this spawn? Oh yes. I'm gonna spawn you right next to every fucking elite in this dungeon. That's smart. What a spawn. Where's that pillar at? It's right there. 8%. I have 1% chance or 10% chance of getting this, roughly. Yeah, I didn't think I would. Alright, another Infernal Horde. Can I make these damn dungeon keys yet? Cannot. Wait, I have that one. Nice, I'll just use that. Remnant of Rage. Gonna grab a drink after I begin this. I've been doing this for about 3 hours, and I've gotten the progress I've gotten on this has been roughly, oh, just loaded. I'm surprised they haven't patched just that. 1700. I started at 0 on this, so roughly halfway. I'll do the fiend one. I'm gonna use a restroom now. I'll be right back. My little cat found a cat outside. She is so angry at it right now. Alright. Alrighty then. Had to get a drink. Probably should end the wave start with masses, but I don't really care. I just want to finish these. I don't care. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting kind of bored of this game. I feel like the only thing I have left to do is min-max a little piece of gear. I'm literally trying to get a mythic seal so I can see how good it is. Plus I want to get the thing to 10 of 10. But right now this grind does not feel worth it. It's way too long to grind it to 10-10. And then I heard that it's not account bound either. Ugh. That makes me not want to level any alts. This should be good. Let's do this, I guess. I don't understand. I'm trying to do the Aether Lord one, but they just not spawning. This is a terrible one. This one I like specifically hate because it just takes a long time. Like it's the same amount of time, but it feels longer than every other one. These both suck. I know Blizzard has the data. They should be able to tell, like, proportional wise, like, how long it takes for an average player to complete this versus a Helltide versus a Nightmare Dungeon. And I'm pretty sure this is, like, on average takes way longer. I would much rather do Helltides than this. I'd much rather do Nightmare Dungeons than this. I don't know, something about arena, like, horde mode type of things, it just don't, they're not great. They're boring. That's essentially what this is. It's like that, that thing they added in this expansion that's not even that good. Actually, now speaking of which, I haven't seen any of those in a long time. My loot filter might be disabling it. No. Let's do this. It's the butcher one. Not a fan of this one. I think they forgot to fix the butcher's health in this. He has a ton of health in here. Oh, nice shot. That was a good charge he did. Just died. Salted hordes, teaming masses, Aether Fiend on death. Sure. Close. Almost died twice there. 3 times. Colossal Fiends, Aether Lords. I think I go this one. Even though it's so late. Because that could be the Aether Lord, but could also be the Goblin one. And then I have a chance of getting another one, whereas my chance of getting another Chaos Rift, my chance of getting another one of those is lower. Yeah, it already paid off. Oh, almost fucking died there. Yeah, that paid off. Yeah, not terrible. 497, just enough to push the thing too. You did. So do you get credit for doing those? 1740. So you don't. You only get credit for turning in the war plan. Like you should get credit for killing in there. Like every enemy you kill inside of one of those should give you like 50 XP or something. Just something. So I only got 125 XP. Unbelievable, dude. This grind is so annoying because it takes so long. Yeah. 3,000. This should be 1,500, maybe even 1,000. I would argue it should cap out at 1,000. All right, so now I got to get lucky RNG that I can get this. At least one. So there's 2 right there. I should take that. Yeah, let's take that. Let's do that, I guess. Okay, same thing. I'll keep all this stuff here. Well, actually, no. These can go. Do I have the mats to craft more of these dungeon keys? I don't. What happens when you salvage one of these? Yeah, heraldic resin. What does this need? Sigil powder. And I have no... Okay, we're just gonna deal with this then. I don't care about the escalation sigils. Okay. Same thing. Okay. Sanctuary Beast Eyes. I wish every wave was like this.
gamers, there's a game-breaking farm in Diablo right now. That's right, Astaroth. You know the boss that spawns at the end of the escalation sigil that's a pain for Sorks to farm for all the uniques and other characters? Well, I just want to show you what drops from this boss really quick. So if your character needs any of these uniques on the screen right now, this drops from the Astaroth boss. And for Sorks, farming those heirlooms, farming those fractured winter glass could be a pain, but there's this broken strat. What you're going to do is go into your layer boss war plan upgrades, and you're going to put on the perk Dog of Astaroth. When fighting a boss in Nightmare Dungeon, the Amalgam of Rage has a chance to appear and attack you. When it spawns, it can drop unique items associated with Astaroth. So what we're doing in this strat is, this is just a normal Nightmare Dungeon. When you get to the end and you're fighting a boss, do not even try and attack him. So once the boss spawns and you see that Astaroth pet spawns, bait him to the door. This does work really good on Sork because you can just go in and teleport, and you know he'll kind of chase you and then bring him out of the arena. When he steps outside the arena, go ahead and kill him, and then pick up the loot, teleport to town, wait about 10 seconds, and go back. Rinse and repeat. I did this, as you can see in the gameplay, did this a few times just so I can record this and upload it. It's insane. So have fun, happy farming. They'll probably patch it soon.
Oh, interesting. And I think I'm done. I don't know if I can do the war table. This shit's breaking me. This is so boring, dude. I'm so close to being done, but like each one of these infernal hordes is just like a year of my life taken off that I'll never get back because they're so stupid. It's not even difficult, it's just boring. Like there's no challenge, there's no nothing. It's not really engaging. It's just fucking boring, mindless horde content, and it's so stupid. Like I'd rather do this. You don't need that. Let's go down. Yeah, I'm just gonna do regular Infernal Hordes. I can't do the 10 waves if they take too long. It's not worth doing that stupid farm. It's just not worth it. It doesn't matter, just pick one. Let's go. I don't even care. Just pick it and go. Let's go. Dude, if I had known that the grind for this was like longer than the other ones, I would have focused on this every time. Like this Infernal Horde grind is the worst, and it's literally like hinging on that. Like, I wish there was an affix in this Infernal Horde pick'em thing that I could just, like... I could just use it, and then it would cut my wave time from 60 seconds to half and double the speed at which you get everything. Or even, like, even more. Like, just add an extra one of these things instead of it doing all this bullshit. Just make my wave time not be 60 seconds. Just make it, like, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, and just juice me with enemies. Like, this ramp up to the end. Like, this wave becomes fun toward, like, the middle to the end of it. Just start there and cut the wave time in half. We fixed Infernal Hordes. I can't believe this was like a selling point of the expansion content for the Vessel of Hatred. This is horrendous, dude. I want to go do yard work right now. That's how little I want to do this. And then some of the chaos waves absolutely suck. I don't care about Bartok or anything. I just want to finish this as quickly as possible. Well, I probably should do the chaos waves because there are some that are very fun. And I get 50 points or 50 Aether for it. Yeah, I'll do chaos. It's funny. I was trying to get Aether Lords with that dumb little glitch. I didn't get them, and now when I'm not trying, I'm getting like 1,000,000 of them. Good times. I feel like Soul Spires are the quickest way to get this done. Wodak Maddox watch.
These are strong.
What do I do? What do I do? A primal rage infuses a target-friendly creature, granting them double strike and making them deal and take bonus. Isn't that crazy? This should be really good. Whoa, it looks cool. Lucky strike, and then he's dead. Nice. That's what I'm talking about.
Fresh meat. What are we gonna do here? Constructs. I'm gonna somehow have to go back that way. So can you bait it? Can you fish it out? $18.4. Turn that in. 18.4 to 2091. So I need 10 more turn-ins max. If I get lucky, 5. If I get very lucky, 3. I'm not gonna get lucky or very lucky though. There's 1.
Perhaps another course.
2. Okay, we're doing that one. 1. All right, let's knock it out. Let's go. 2 more. So it's the thing is, it's 6 minutes plus Bartok. So it's like, it's not that long. It just feels longer. Doesn't matter. Just go. I don't really care what we're doing. I just want to go. Just juice it. That's not a good fear. It's a terrible place to get feared. Unfortunate. Well, actually, wait. Hold on. Hold on. Nope. Slightly off. I'm not even worried about it. The victory is getting that complete. One step closer. Cross Undercity. So this took about 6 minutes. I would say time waiting in between waves, etc. What is this, talisman? Tribute. Is this the one that can go up now? Okay, whatever. This probably takes less time, or around the same time, but it's just more. 7:30. That took about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So it's literally 1/4 of the time. And that wasn't even me like trying to juice. I was just going. The fucking dumbest. I'll come back for that. How was this still alive? What is doing cold damage? Something's doing cold damage. I don't know what. The mages? No. Wonder what's doing cold damage on me. I'll have to look at that. That might actually change my ring I use. What is using cold damage? Something's doing cold. What is it? Maybe it's one of my curses. I thought it was this, but it's not that. It's blood. Where the fuck is cold damage coming from? It's not this. It's something that's giving me cold damage. What could it be? Interesting. Just gonna juice a normal baby pit and just go through. Something quick. I don't care. Maybe 90? Was that I did last time? Let's do like 100.
I get asked this question all the time, Clyde. How do you farm the mythic seals? I need the mythic seal, Clyde. I need it.
I just realized I haven't seen the butcher in a very long time on these pit runs I've been doing. I feel like that thing's bugged. Watch, I'm gonna see him now that I bring it up, but
About 6 of these to drop, but I've done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Mephisto kills, and I actually got 2 to drop from Belial. I'm handing in Huss right now, trying to farm a winter glass for my Sork, and you know how that's going. But one thing I did realize is they have different names. So if you get 3 of the same name, I have Diamond Mind here, Diamond Mind here, and Diamond Mind here, you can actually take them to the cube and re-roll them. But it seems like it's nearly impossible for you to get the roll you want. I got this to drop on my Sork today, and this is like the lowest crit strike damage you can get. But obviously there's a typo. It says I can use 7 charms. You can't. And then it says reduces the number of charms needed for set bonus to add to a minimum of 2. That's cool and all, but I just really don't think that I would change anything. Even if I put on the lightning, the 2-piece isn't really going to help me. So it's like, it's kind of just a kick in the nut, if you ask me. I think that it's like the same thing that's on my barb. My barb has 22% crit strike damage plus 1 charm slot, and I blast everything. So I'm just kind of warning people, like, don't get discouraged if you don't get these, because it's really bad to even try try and gamble with these. I'm going to do it right now just for another testing purposes. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the 3 diamond mines and we're going to throw them in the cube and we're going to get absolutely terrible RNG. We already know what's going to happen here. See what I'm saying? Happy farming, gamers. I get asked this question all the time.
I have yet to see a mythic seal. I don't understand how people are farming like 20 of them. It's kind of wild to me. Oh, you know what? I actually need to... Blood Moon Breeches. I need to add that to a loot filter. Add role condition. Item specific unique. Blood. Blood Moon Breeches. Confirm. Bloody. Save. Alright. Oh, one more of these. God damn it. You know what? Let's do that little exploit. Don't worry about it. Hello. Let me holler at you. I'm gonna see how this works. If it does.
Nike tech, I don't sweat it. All black track suit, my aesthetic.
My aesthetic.
If I'm hopping out the bag with a crossbody bag, I don't do it for the fashion. I just can't fit the cash in my Nike tech. I don't sweat that shit. I'm still independent with it. Don't forget that shit. If you sign a dotted line by the X, that's it. Should've read the fine print and double check that shit. There's a glass ceiling feeling when I hit it, shit it broke. If it didn't, then I guess I'd have to pivot through the most. Gotta stop with the top 40 shit is getting corny. Hit that drum symbol for me. Get it? You a joke. Hey, low key, I'ma need a global team. I've been ghost writing pop shit and they don't know it's me. How the fuck my music reaching fans living overseas? How the fuck I'm shopping in Japan and they notice me? Hey, low key, having trouble focusing. Think I need a trip, feeding for a drip of dopamine. Caffeine, nicotine, 5-piece quarter bean. I've been locked in since the quarantine. Nike tech, I don't sweat it. All black track suit, my aesthetic. Yeah, everything black out, silhouetted. Check it. Everything black out, silhouetted. Check it.
Check it.
Nike tech, I don't sweat it. All black track suit, my aesthetic. Yeah, everything black out, silhouetted. Check it. Everything black out. Check it. Nowadays, I look at the label like a neighborhood loan shark. I could get a bag and play a major like Mozart. Almost got a mansion in Tarzana with a full core. I was on a bender, don't remember what it's sold for. I'm drunker than a motherfucking luncheon at a country club. He got hair plugs, why he acting like he 21? Made a lot of money, good for him, he doing funny stuff. I be laughing at his goofy ass no matter what he does. Yeah, fuck that buddy shit. You wanna get bloody, then okay, I'll do what Buffy did. I ain't dressing to impress you, this my comfy shit. I'm in the valley on a mountain on my country shit. I enjoy the silence, no Depeche Mode. Admit I'm usually depressed, I know I'm blessed though. I got a closet full of retros, cash in a bag and a check on a sweats, fuck a dress code. Nike tech, I don't sweat it. All black track suit, my aesthetic. Yeah, everything black out, silhouetted. Check it. Everything black out, silhouetted. Check it. Nike tech, I don't sweat it. All black track suit, my aesthetic. Yeah, everything black out, silhouetted. Check it. Everything black out. Check it. Check it. climbing over that wall. I remember, yes, I remember it all. Swear the hype is too tall. So like September I fall. Down below, now I know that the medicine be on call. Yeah. Feeling like you hot enough to melt. Yeah. Can't trust no one, can't even trust yourself. Yeah. I love you, I don't love nobody else. Yeah. Tell them they can take that bullshit elsewhere. Self-care. I'm treating me right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Gonna be all right. Oh my whoa. I get him? Got him.
Yeah, I've been reading them signs. I've been losing my mind. Get the fuck out the way. Must be this how to play. It must be nice up above the lights and what a love is like without made. Yeah, I know that feeling like it's in my family tree. Yeah, that Mercedes drove me crazy. I was speeding. Somebody save me from myself. Yeah, tell them they can take that bullshit elsewhere. Self-care. We gonna be good. Hell yeah. They letting me. I switch it down, so what do I know? Spending nights here, hiking wherever I go. I can fly home with my eyes closed, but it can find it hard to see. There's no surprise, no. You can find me. I ain't hiding. I don't move my feet when I be gliding. I just slide and then I roll out. I didn't know. Yeah. Well, didn't know what I was missing. Now I see a little different. I was thinking too much. Got stuck in oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. I got all the time in the world, so for now I'm just chilling. Plus I know it's a beautiful feeling. In oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay, I ride around my city when I come home. Yeah. The sunset quickly, then get up slow. I just connecting upload. Watch it spin around. We just spin it round. Let's go and travel through the unknown. We play it cool, we know we fucked up. You keep on saying you in love, so tell me, are you really down? No, you really down. Yeah. Go back to my crib and play some 44. Safely, yeah, I know there's still a war outside. We spend our nights all liquored up, I'm on this side. Can you feel it now? Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, 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 yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. I got all the time in the world, so for now I'm just chilling. Plus I know it's a beautiful feeling. In oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah. Oblivion, yeah, yeah.
Hail to you, champion. Give me those. Let's see if RNGesus is on my side. We're almost done. Oh, there's two right there. Let's do it. Let's do this. Nightmare could do an escalation sigil, but I don't really care about that. I just want to finish this. Oops. What's this one? Free prisoners? Oh, good news is this one got tuned slightly better, so it's not as dumb. Something we need to look at? No. You're free, sir. You're free. I'll be free. You're also free. Oops. Worm key. Does that say worm? That said warn key. Nothing useful. It's always left. I don't know why I always go right. Watch is not going to be left. Wait, what am I picking up here? What is this? What is this? I don't know what's going on right now. What is this? Dude, they need to make those like easier to see. Like I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at. Only reason I noticed is because I saw it on the mini map, but I couldn't tell what to click. Just make it a big pyre. Not that way. Let's go up. Lucky. Okay, don't need that. It's probably right here. It is. Okay, don't need that. See what chases me to this room. Ran out of mana. Okay. So now what I want to do, because I'm not sure if this will work. So I'm going to find out now. So now we're switching to Beast here. Glacial Fissure. And then I'm going to go to the... What's it called? We'll do rain. Oh, almost ran right into that. Probably would have killed me. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, it doesn't work actually. Okay, good to know. So if you finish the thing, it doesn't work. Good to know. What's happening? Shit, I'm about to die. Thought that thing was over.
Cal, where you at? I've been gone for a minute, but I'm back. And I feel like everybody doing rap, but they DJ now. Okay, I get it, yeah, I've seen 8 Mile. As a kid, everybody got goals, got dreams, not me, not teenage Cal. I was living in Columbus, doing numbers off the freeway south. I threw a pound around the city like I'm CJ Stroud, yeah. Push a button on a V8 now, my ears pop when I'm coming from the PH down, yeah. Let's make history, let's make a baby girl, let's get frisky. I get behind the bitch, she like 6 feet. I hit it with a leg up like Dirk Nowitzki. Lighthearted, partaking in dark humor. Part Luda, part Lennon, part Buddha. Pardon me, can you pass the charcuterie board? I've been stacking my breed in shark Buddha. Where you at? 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 Cal, where you at? I've been gone for a minute, but I'm back. Ain't never been a cool kid, but I know Chuck English. Told y'all I'm a motherfucking genius. Y'all need those, like Jesus. Y'all singles, go ringless. Lot of followers, don't mean shit. Skinny model built like Porzingis. Ayy, you ain't scoring on me, bitch. Better get your ass back on defense. There's a lot of rules you don't follow. Drinking liquor when you didn't buy the bottle. Post a pic with some money that you borrowed. You you been tricking like an Instagram model. You're not slick, cut it with the shit talk. You see other people winning and you pissed off. Hear you yelling gang, gang, nah, bitch, stop. You learn how to crib walk from a TikTok. And that chain don't bang, you got ripped off. Think it's all the same shit inside a gift shop. Plain Jane, white gold in my wristwatch. About to get that bitch frozen, I'm Christoph. Came a long way from the old age, from a no name, now I got it for the whole state. I've been on a bender, but I won't braid. Had to cut the white girl like OJ. Cal, where you at? I've been gone for a minute, but I'm back. Ride in my pocket like Gibraltar. Chop it up, looking like she has the key. White like it show up at the altar. Had to add a gram to the recipe. Is it Fenty in the bag? Is it Kanye? Shit can turn a long night into a long day. Pressing on the gas till the car shake. 120 on the dash, went the wrong way. Time is a flat circle, I'm doing donuts. I was 13, then I blinked, now I'm grown up. Never ask me what I think, I don't know enough. I say if we link, then we link, you ain't showing up. What you running from? I be in a rented 911 on a 101. 780 credit, I could get it if I wanted one. I would rather bet it on my head and watch it double up. Bitch,
My,
you
like,
a runner-up.
right ear.
On my chest trying to bench it.
It's
Heavy
lower.
is the weight on my shoulders trying to squat that. Heavy is the weight of the crown, the attention. Hear you talking like a heavyweight, but you not that. Yeah. Hear you talking like a heavyweight, but you not that. Yeah, yeah. Hear you talking like a heavyweight, but you not that. Yeah. This motherfucker, nobody's gonna believe that this is live. Check, check, check. Yeah. Set and I'm ready from the rip. Yeah, I'm starter status. Prezi on my wrist, not a paddock.
Yeah, I'll mess with that in a minute. I'm not sure what's going on. I think we'll stop here for now. I need to figure out what's going on with my headset.
It is done.
I'll be swinging away.
Man, so close to being done with this bullshit. I'm gonna stop here. I'll be back later.